Hit me. That guy's doing this fine evening. Oh man. All the great games, Sunshine and Black, the only TJ. All build up on the Twitch side. Little Artorian Runan, Robot. Catman 007, Vault Boy, incoming backup. Well, let me know when it arrives on the YouTube side. That guy's doing this fine evening. Oh, I gotta add another bracket. I don't know, I'm feeling a little jazzy recently. I found this playlist that doesn't get DMCA'd for now. We'll see. See how long that shit lasts for. Please enjoy the new mic. Not a new mic, I just have new mic settings. I think they're better. I followed a guide. I followed a guide. Vault Boy always lurking. We like the lurkers too. They make the number go up. And perhaps they're even paying attention. Painting some sisters for a league. Nice backside of the TV. I happen to like Sisters of Battle. Nuns with guns. That's art. Howdy there, you felt like tuning into a stream that matches your low energy feels. Well, I'm feeling low energy all the time. The burglar. Finding contraband alpha cards into the bunks of the JFS Gun Dog. Couldn't be better. I cannot believe this. Sio Busta, a refugee from the Plaba stream. Anyway, we're going to play the robot game, but that's for the second half of the stream. The first half of the stream, we talk about magic. I'm going to give CJ a little video to cut out of it. Because the magic content does, like, so bad. Nobody watches it. So here you go, SJ. Here's another piece of coal in your stocking. I want to talk about magics, and so I'm gonna eat shit. If you don't play, please enjoy anyway, I hope. Your very Timmy approach to number is bigger equals better. True and real. I watched a video. Can we go desktop mode? We can do desktop mode, right? Anyway, I watched a video. Gavin Verhey. Brother of Jason, perhaps. And he was talking about, he said there's going to be, he implied that there could be a lot of unbans in Commander. And he explicitly said one card is going to be unbanned, guaranteed. He said it to the camera. You don't even play Magic, but you like listening to my explanations. Well, good. I'm going to explain myself then. I have some non-Magic players, so I'll explain what it is that is making these cards go here. But, you know, we've done something like this in the past. Why is this banned? Should they unban it? But those conversations were much more cloud talk, right? Because now they said they're really going to do it. And that's different. CJ Busta, thanks for the tier 1. Deceive the Thief. Good evening, HeyWoah. What's the tier list about? I'm explaining it, but I'm meandering. Apologies. You watched my Commander Bracket 4 video. Good stuff. Sad there are other people seem to not care. I mean, I don't think there's like, it seems like me and Brian Kibler are the only two people who talk about bracket 4 or high power commander. Most people seem to have two opinions about bracket 4 / high power commander, and they're split in twain. Half of the people don't like bracket 4 and don't play in it because they are bracket 1, 2, or 3, and they view bracket 4 players as pub stompers. And the other half of the people are CEDH players, and they view bracket 4 players as kids who think their decks are good and dare to sometimes even try to play CEDH with them and get smashed. The classic, if you're not sure if your deck is a 4 or a 5, it's a 4, kid. That meme, right? But I assure you, there's dozens of us. There's lots of people who play high power commander, and both of these sides are wrong. And so I wanted to get the word out. Not too many people were talking from that perspective. In fact, 2 of the people on the Rules Council, I watched an interview. They were like very dismissive of bracket 4 in a very salty way, and they seemed to think that bracket 4 people were simply pub stompers who were trying to stomp the lower brackets. That's ridiculous. We have our own bracket. Like, pub stomping happens when you are playing in the wrong bracket, right? For one reason or another. Anyway, nice pentakill. You getting back into MTG after 5 years, seeing the brackets for the first time? Not the greatest. Well, I was kind of impressed with them. But that's because I saw what they started with 3 months ago, and it was a lot worse than the brackets. You know the way in which people talk about bracket 1 in that dismissive, slightly annoyed tone? Like no one plays bracket 1. It's 13 content creators trying to be silly, and then a bunch of people who are the lowest information voters in all of Magic who won't even hear about what brackets are. They started the game 2 weeks ago or whatever. You almost can't build a bracket 1 deck if you tried because they're so bad or whatever. Like, why do we even need a bracket for this? I don't necessarily disagree with all of that even. I'm just saying that's the same tone they're talking about my bracket in as well. So I guess I know how it feels now. Ahem. Anyway, point is, thanks for watching the video. I spent some amount of time and effort writing it. You're talking about the choices for the powerhouse cards. Oh, okay, I see. You're not talking about the bracket philosophy. You're talking about simply what is defined as a game changer. Yeah, a third of them are very correct. A third of them are clearly wrong. And a third of them, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt on. Overall, that was better than I was expecting, to be perfectly honest. All I can do is give my feedback, right? And my feedback is kind of useless, or at least it's not directly applicable to me, because I play in the bracket that doesn't care how many game changers you play with anyway. And so really my feedback about the game changers is as a concerned outsider, pretending to care about bracket 1, 2, and to a lesser degree 3. I have some bracket 3 commander decks. I got 2 of them maybe. So there's that. Anyway, Gavin said they're unbanning a bunch of cards. He even directly said that Coalition Victory was one of them. It just is. That's one of them. Enhance. All right. He said, yeah, Coalition Victory is one of them. He's like, we're going to unban this card. We're going to put it on the game changer list. No one's going to care. And at that point, I'm like, ooh, Coalition Victory, just unbanning it. A lot of the cards on this list are kind of similar to some cards that are on the game changer list or not even on there at all. They might be trying to make some big moves. Which ones could they unban? Now that we know they're actually going to do it, before, whenever anyone would talk about what they should unban, what they could unban. It was really just talking to talk, because when Sheldon ran the place, he did it in a very conservative manner. And it was good for the format, actually. It was part of the reason why it succeeded so well, because he was really conservative with the managing the thing. But it meant that hardly anything ever got changed. So if you're talking about unbanning stuff, it was just like talking. But now they seem like they're going to do it. So here we are. Coalition Victory, I just said the card, and some people don't even play Magic here. Coalition Victory, it costs 8. 8 mana is a lot. In constructed 1v1 competitive formats, 4 mana is a lot. In Commander, you know, it's a casual format. The games are supposed to go long. You're supposed to play the big, splashy, bad cards with huge effects that you're not allowed to play because they're not good enough in constructed. It's a format where you're supposed to cast big old cards like that. And so, you know, 8 mana, it's not really too big of a deal in Commander. You can get there, especially if it's in green, which it is. This card says you win the game if you have a land of each type and a creature of each color. And if you have a 5-color creature, that counts. So if you have a 5-color deck, and really any 5 lands, basically, and your commander out, you can just pay 8 and win the game. Now, what can you do to stop that? Well, you can counter it, because you can counter just about anything, but that's not a satisfying enough answer if the only way to stop it is countering it. That's not good enough. That's still potentially super oppressive, because there's only one color that realistically has counter spells, right? Is one of the reasons why you know, Farewell, Cyclonic Rift, Teferi's Protection, cards like this are so complained about, is because for those cards, for the most part, just about all you can do is counter it. But there is more counterplay through Coalition Victory than just countering it. You can kill the creature in response, because the spell has to resolve. It's a sorcery, right? You can Swords to Plowshares their commander, and then when Coalition Victory resolves, nothing happens, right? You can potentially blow up one of their lands, although that's a worse answer, you know. Mostly it's like creature removal at instant speed, which you absolutely should be playing with starting at bracket 2. Bracket 1, I can't tell you how to play, but, and you know, you have it, maybe you don't have it, whatever. I think the people who don't like Coalition Victory, their argument is usually coming from the side of it's an unsatisfying way to win. You cast this one stupid card, and because you're in a 5-color deck, you simply win, the game's over. It's very unsatisfying, is the argument I hear a lot. I don't care at all about that argument. I give it 0 good argument points. Good argument brownie points, I give it 0 out of 100. I don't care if you think it's an unsatisfying ending. That's your opinion. I think the way you win is unsatisfying. How do you like that, hotshot? You know, so it's kind of like that. Is this going to change the metagame of bracket 3, bracket 4 when it gets unbanned? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think a shitload of 5-color decks are just going to put this card in and win with it sometimes. Okay, you know, and for a lot of man hours of a lot of Commander games, a 5-color deck is going to have a Coalition Victory stranded in its hand for like an hour and a half without the ability to play it for some reason, and it's just going to sit there. So, and sometimes they'll win with it. Fine. I'm actually very excited to hear that Coalition Victory is getting unbanned, because it means a bunch of other stuff might be too. Long story short, I agree. I'm going to get one. I'm going to put it in Garth, and sometimes I'm going to win with it, and people are going to say that's unsatisfying, and I'll be like, you're unsatisfying. It's going to be great. If it's not satisfying, you don't play it. If it's unsatisfying for others, yeah. Yeah, now let's be clear, there's a difference between whether or not it's unsatisfying is a matter of opinion. That sentence. And the next sentence, everyone in the world hates this except me, but I'm going to say that that's a matter of opinion, and now that's like a condom for whatever I'm going to do, right? It's a protection. Well, it's a matter of opinion whether you like Thieves' Auction or not. Nope. You're the only one in the world who likes it. Everyone else hates it, and you. That's no longer an opinion now, right? So there is that, right? So we can't fall into that trap. Sometimes games just drag ass. You don't mind if this cheeses a game every so often. Games gotta end sometime. And games gotta end somehow. Too early is real bad. But I would rather a game end after an hour and a half than 3.5 hours. A game can go too long as well. Let's get another game in before I gotta drive home. Yeah.
Good job, King.
D-Monk, thanks for the tier 1 46er. TYVM for the long tier 1. Appreciate it. Seems like a niche win con in the right 5-color deck, but there's so much that has to go right. May not even be much of a game changer, kind of like Approach of the Second Sun. Yeah, Approach is a great win con for the
Good
most...
job, King.
Approach is a great win con for the most, like... Leave me alone and let me build my SimCity castle and draw my whole deck. Blue-white style kind of deck, you know? It's a fine win con. You gotta win somehow. I think I just about exactly agree with Burglar. I would consider Coalition Victory just another approach of the Second Sun. Except this one's for 5-color decks that have a commander with 5 colors. And Approach is for decks that like to draw 20 cards and counter 17 spells. Backup Joda. Benzel, thanks for the tier 1 for 7 months. What'd you miss? Not much. We're talking about Coalition Victory. Gavin Verhey said he's going to unban it. And apparently, I'm editorializing a little here, a bunch of other cards. And so unlike the other times we talked about what could get unbanned, they might actually do it this time. And they seem to think that the Game Changer system is going to give them cover to unban perhaps even cards that are really maybe problematic, but just play them only in bracket 4 and it's fine. So anyway, we got a lot of wiggle room here. I've went ahead and put all the Moxen and the Power 9 and Black Lotus up here because no shot, right? What else is no shot? They said literally never on this card. What else is a no-shotter? I guess I should explain these at least a little bit. Black Lotus, it costs nothing and gives you 3 mana, and it goes to the graveyard, and it's an artifact, and there's synergies for that. It's like the best card ever. It would go in every deck. It's $20,000 or something like that. It's never getting unbanned. Same with all the Moxen. They cost 0, and they add a mana. Too good. Too good, and would make 5-color too good, even if everybody just got one of these. They just banned Mana Crypt. And they only didn't ban Soul Ring because it's like the Mickey Mouse Chuck E. Cheese of the format. It's the mascot. And if you get one pass, essentially everyone gets one Game Changer, technically, even bracket 1 and 2. Everybody gets one Game Changer. It's just automatically Soul Ring. That's, I suppose, a way of thinking about it. And so ain't no way they're getting rid of these, or the Dexterity cards, or Time Walk, which is take an extra turn for 2 mana. The going rate for this effect, by the way, is 5. And this costs 2. So that's never happening. Time Vault is, along with Voltaic Key, is infinite turns combo for 3 colorless mana, goes in literally everything, never getting unbanned. target player draws 3 cards, instant speed for 1 blue. They want people to play non-blue decks ever, and so this is going to stay banned. It's part of the Power 9. Just no chance. This is the best land ever printed-ish. You know, you could say Workshop maybe, or Bazaar Baghdad maybe, or whatever, what have you. But it adds a blue for each artifact you control. And if you thought Guy's Cradle was broken, and it is, ain't got nothing on Tolarian Academy. Won't be unbanned. Shahrazad creates a sub-game, and you play a sub-game, an entire-ass game of Magic, and then whoever wins that game, whoever loses the sub-game loses half their life, and then you continue playing the real game. And within the sub-game, you can cast a Shahrazad to play another sub-game, and you have to keep track of these. No. That's never happening. It will be banned forever, and rightfully so. I'll attack. Thanks for the Prime for 14 months. I appreciate it. What's the land that bounces legendaries? Caracas. And that's a no shot, just because of the nature of the format. I like Caracas. It's a land I particularly like. It would be miserable in Commander. Although I sure would like to use it to return my own commander to my hand at instant speed, but it would be too miserable to play with. You would be kind of fine with every card being unbanned in no shot except Shahrazad, yeah. It's the only card here that is actually just not fun at all. There's no way to make it fun, I think. I was in a tournament in 2001 I was in a tournament in 2005, I think, maybe. It was right after Mirrodin came out, whenever that was. I was in a no-ban list tournament in Arizona. And it was a true no-ban list, as in you could, if you had 4 Black Lotuses, you could put 4 Black Lotuses in your deck. And there was a guy playing 4 Shahrazad in that tournament. And he was putting them on Isochron Scepter. And it was a burn deck. Because the way you play, if you actually play on, maybe it wasn't Isochron Scepter, maybe it was the other one that plays it every upkeep, whatever that artifact is, because it's a sorcery. Anyway, if you're actually playing against someone using Shahrazad in real life, what you do is you concede the sub game immediately and just take 10 damage. That's how you're supposed to play against it. The wisdom, I guess. And so he was playing a red-white burn deck, and Shahrazad was just a 10 damage for 2 mana spell. And if you actually played the sub game, you had a decent shot of winning because your opponent lost half of their deck, because the rest of their cards are still in the main game, and you at least have a burn deck. Anyway, he didn't do too well in the tournament, but I did play against it, so I have tournament experience against someone playing 4 Shahrazad. Lutri, it's the 101st free card. It doesn't even, companions don't take up a deck list slot. So it's just a 101st card for free. Anyone in blue-red gets a free spell copy with flash. It's actually a really good creature. People play with that 3 mana red flash copy target instant or sorcery guy. Like, they play with that card. Card's good. It's the same thing. Yeah. This one's never coming off, and they've said as much. They were very serious. They hate this card. It's the 101st card for free in every single blue-red deck, no matter what. Kind of almost like a wishboard sideboard kind of thing. What other can we, yeah, all right. Caracas, we can safely put it on the no shot. This one is a legendary land, taps for a white. Tap it to return target legendary creature to its owner's hand. And the whole format is built around legendary creatures being your commander. And so this just interacts poorly with the nature of the format, and so it has no shot. The only good subgame card is the countdown is at 1, because the subgame, your life total starts at 1. It's still a massive pain in the ass to perform. Must-have cards are usually not a ton of fun. They're very serious about auto-includes. They don't like those. They're on record saying that Arcane Signet they consider that a design mistake. Arcane Signet. And I disagree, but I understand their reasoning very well. Their reasoning is, just looking at the numbers, every commander deck, it's not 100 cards. Every commander deck, it's 99, because you have your commander. And so you have 99 cards to choose from to be creative with after you've chosen your commander. But actually not really. Every commander deck, you have 97 cards to choose from. And after they made Arcane Signet, you have 96 cards to choose from. Because you always put in Command Tower, you always put in Soul Ring, and you always put in Arcane Signet. And so they've essentially shrunk the amount of creativity you have by 3 cards. And if they keep doing that, eventually, you could get to a really problematic place. Now, I happen to disagree, because I don't play Arcane Signet. I play it in 1 deck. 2 of my decks have Soul Ring and 2 don't. One of my decks doesn't even have a Command Tower in it, because a basic forest is better, unironically. But I get where they're coming from. I just think Arcane Signet is the same as all the talismans and the signets and Felwar Stone and whatever. And if you're not in green, you have shit for options for ramp on 2. And so I consider it more of a every other color except green gets to play catch up with these stupid artifacts, more than removing people's freedom of choice. But that's neither here nor there. You feel there's a difference between the Arcane Signet being an auto-include versus Deflecting Swat being an auto-include. There's 2 differences. One is Arcane Signet's colorless. And so it reduces the average deck size by 1 in every color except green. Deflecting Swat only hurts red decks. And so, depending on how you want to think of that, Arcane Signet is either a bigger problem because it affects 4 colors, or it's not as big of a problem because Deflecting Swat actually does something. And Arcane Signet is a ramp card you play on 2. So that you can play Commander, because Commander involves paying 2 mana on turn 2 to get some ramp out, no matter what you're doing, basically. And so the impact of the card is 0. It's just something you do to play Commander. Whereas Deflecting Swat, being an auto-include, now every red deck you play against, you're like, ooh, is he going to redirect this? The card actually does something. So I agree with half of your text there, V-Monk. Why would you need Command Tower when you play the greatest commander ever? Urabrask flip through. Anyway, good discussion. What else is guaranteed just never? That would be Fast Bond. Fast Bond costs 1 green. It's an enchantment. You can make as many land drops on your turn as you damn well please. Normally you get 1. The average green deck probably gets 2. You could just keep playing lands off the top of your library, out of your hand, out of your graveyard with a Crucible. You just keep doing that until you die. It deals you 1 damage every time. Except now you have 40 life instead of 20. Card's positively absurd. And in the lower brackets, green is crazy enough, right? For how few game changers green has, you could say that it's kind of oppressive at lower tables. Even mid tables, it's just really, really good to generically barf lands onto the table and draw a bunch of cards. That's just good. Simic kills itself over a 2-hour turn. Yeah. It's fun to see somebody hit the land, Soul Ring, Arcane Signet turn 1. Yeah, the hot start. And suddenly you're playing 3 opponents instead of 3 players. It's the green, yeah. It's the green machine. What else is never getting unbanned? It's balance. I've played Fast Bond, and I played against Fast Bond. It's as good as you think. It has the burgeoning problem a little bit where you just run out of lands, you know? But that's why you play them off the top of your library. That's why you play fetch lands from your graveyard. You just absolutely burn through lands and then return 2 of them to Gush and keep going. Anyway, it's about as absurd as you would think. I've also played against Balance a lot in 93-94 format. Generally Balance is a Wrath of God plus destroy 1 land plus discard a card. It's not like Death Cloud for 8 or something like that. Unless you're doing something goofy with it. Generally, it's a Wrath of God plus. And you try to dump your hand. Or at least get your hand at parity or less than your opponent before you cast it. But due to the nature of the format, they don't like land destruction. They don't like mana denial. And I think Balance is a little too poisonous, even for what they're trying to do in high power. And keep in mind that if something gets unbanned, it goes on the game changer list, and hence could be put into bracket 3 decks. And you could play Balance in CEDH. It wouldn't be it wouldn't be a problem. In bracket 3, no shot. Let's not talk about the color pie being warped. We'll be here all night. We'll be here all night anyway. You can talk about it if you want. I'll get into it if it's naturally getting into it-able. Tinker costs 3 splashable, sack an artifact, search for any artifact, put it on the battlefield. They have printed artifacts too good to be able to allow something like this to be okay. Back in my day, you would put a memory jar out and you'd like it, and it was real good. And then later on, they started putting Time Vault out with it. They started putting Blightsteel Colossus eventually after a long time, and this and that and the other thing. They're just not going to stop creating really good artifacts that cost $1 million. And so this guy, no shot, stays on. I feel like you can't cry about land destruction in tier 4. I think you can, because it's still casual commander, even in bracket 4. Yeah, bracket 4 doesn't want to play against Armageddon either. Which is why I disagree so much with their framing of bracket 4 on their bracket sheet. Did you note there's like a color at the very top of it, and it's like casual as the yellow, and then it turns to orange when it gets competitive, and it starts turning orange when you get to 4? Completely disagree. It's a socially focused casual format all the way up till the wall of Westeros in front of CEDH. Nobody in 4 wants to play against the saltiest cards list either, unless it's with their friends who are all cool with it, but maybe that's just my opinion. I think there's an impression that high power players like playing with the most frustratingly annoying cards ever, but I disagree. They're still casual people playing a casual format. Anyway, we're running out of no shots. Oh, channel. Okay. Speaking of green, channel, no shot. This costs 2 green. Pay when it resolves. Pay X life. Gain X mana in your mana pool. Just 1 for 1. Pay X life. You have 40 to start with in Commander. All right, green, channel, pay 30. Get 30 colorless. No shot. They didn't some of the stuff that they printed at the very beginning, they didn't quite know what they were doing. But I want to channel Fireball. I have channel Fireball. This shit's fun. I have in my life, in real life, played channel Fireball in tournaments and have won turn 1 doing it. A few times, 3 or 4 times about. I built a 93-94 deck just to do that because you have to. It's channel Fireball. You have the opportunity, you got to do it. That classic Tega, Black Lotus, channel Fireball, got him. The dream, living the dream. Everything else in the deck was land destruction and lightning bolts and chain lightnings and stuff. What do you mean you can't do channel plus Torment of Hailfire? Do you not believe in fun? Yeah. It must have been fun. It was fun. But the 93-94 tournaments were so chill and laid back that when I did it, my opponent asked me to keep the cards on the playmat and took a picture of it to put it on like their website. It was at a brewery. I want to say I got 4th or something in the tournament. Like I didn't end up winning it or anything, but it was just like cool shit like that was happening, and everybody was in on the nostalgia of it. That's like the Eternal Central guys from Chicago, Jason Jaco and stuff like that. Good chaps. It's where I got my Chaos Orb from. I was at a whiskey bar with him, and he was trying to get me into 93-94, and I did, and he signed a Chaos Orb from Collector's Edition, and he's like, I will give this to you if you play. I'm like, okay. And then I want to say, actually, I consider us even, to be honest, because he gave me a Collector's Edition Chaos Orb, and I lost to him in top 3 of Star City games. He destroyed me. I mulliganed to Oblivion 2 games in a row, and it was over. He also drew really poorly. It took him forever to win. But anyway, so he stole my trophy from Star City Open. So it was the least he could do to give me a Chaos Orb. Nice guy. Have we explained why Chaos Orb is 200% no shot? Because it's a dexterity card. Same with Falling Star here. These cards require that you do something fun. You hold it above the table and you have to flip it. It has to flip an entire 360 degrees and then land on a card, and then that card is destroyed. But they've determined that some people don't have arms, but they still want to play Magic. And just because you don't have any arms doesn't mean you shouldn't be allowed to play Magic. And so cards that require you to have arms are banned. Which I'm sad about. And if I ever ended up playing against somebody without arms and they had a Chaos Orb, I would let them do it. I would just let it destroy that card. I say, you know what? You got hit by a car or something. Tough luck. Tell you what. I'm going to consider you to have succeeded at all those flips. And we call it even. Next up. Anyway, and Falling Star does the same thing. It's worse. Any other no shots? Trade Secrets, no shot. No shot. This one came out a long time later, Onslaught versus Alpha Beta, right? Trade Secrets. This one is another Caracas. Another interacts poorly with the nature of the format. What this card does is target opponent draws 2 cards, okay? Then you draw 4 cards if you want. Then your opponent can repeat this process of him drawing 2 and you drawing 4 as many times as that opponent wants. So what is the problem with Trade Secrets in a multiplayer 4-person game? where you and one chosen opponent get to draw essentially infinite cards, however many you want. The problem is, it's multiplayer. And so two players at the table instantly lose the game. The other two draw 30. And at an event or something, the possibility of collusion is just a bit too high. We got to keep trade secrets in the no-shot list. Collusion is already a huge, insurmountable problem in Commander tournaments because the nature of Commander doesn't work as a tournament for a variety of reasons. But they do it anyway because the people want it. Anyway, no shot. I think we're running out of no shots. Is there even one more no shot? This thing, when it, what is this, limited resources, when it enters, each player chooses 5 lands and sacrifices the rest. As long as there are 10 or more lands on the battlefield, no one can play lands. So all 4 people have 5 lands, and no one can play land for the rest of the game. I don't know if this is a no shot or not. In the past, I would have said no shot. It interacts poorly with the nature of the format. But I don't know how much.
Good job, King.
I don't know how much they want bracket 4 players to want to kill themselves, though. So my certainty is wavering here. You know, I think if you can play Armageddon and you can play Ravages of War, and you can play Thieves' Auction, and you can play the saltiest cards, this shit's miserable, but that's what they seem to want bracket 4 players to have to deal with. Then again, you would be playing this in bracket 3, and we have to protect those people, right? Yeah, I'm going to say no shot, but there's a little bit of copium there with this no shot call here. Some Norwegian dude, thanks for the tier 3. That's a massive tier for a very long streak. I appreciate it. Thanks for liking my stuff. Some Norwegian dude, I appreciate it. Lumra plus this in Commander. Oh, there's combos. Yeah, there's some stuff. Will they ever have a, if you play X color, go to Detroit card? What do you mean? Yeah, you could be very evil. You can be pretty evil in Magic. The rules allow you to. It's the social contract that reins people in. The next most no-shot is probably Library of Alexandria. This is a $1,000 land or something. It's not legendary. It adds a colorless mana. Or you can tap it to draw 1 card if you have exactly 7 cards in hand. So it's a land, draws you a card by simply tapping. It's not like tap +1. It's just tap it, draw a card. You can only activate it if you have exactly 7 in your hand. Otherwise, it taps for a colorless. I've played with it. I've played against it. And then draw an extra every single time and just make a land drop. And the game just doesn't work like that anymore. And it certainly doesn't work like that in a multiplayer format besides. And yet, it would be technically an auto-include in every single deck, and it's $1,000, and everyone would proxy it or not, and it would literally never draw you an extra card during the full duration of the average game, but people would still play it anyway. It's just like a hornet's nest that's not worth getting into. Maybe the ubiquity of it can put it here, because it's a terrible argument to ban a card just because it's expensive. That's a bad argument, right? You're trying to make a good game. You're not trying to police what things cost. But I don't think I have to. I don't think I have to pull in the money thing. I think it would be the most ubiquitous card ever, right? And it would hardly ever do what it's supposed to do because people, they don't know. Anyway, no shot. Unbanning library is a great way to make demand for printers skyrocket. Yeah, 0. It's ad nauseum, only you don't have to build your deck. You don't have to build your entire deck in a special way like you do with ad nauseum. You just put Yawgmoth's Will in, and then you win. It's actually better than Grizzlebrand, which is kind of crazy. In general, you hate that real Magic is expensive, but you kind of feel like money shouldn't decide a card's playability. It should just be wholly within the context of the game. You're just trying to make the best decisions for the rules of the game. You know, if tomorrow they reprinted some other card, like let's say there's some card that's $50 and you decided that there should be no card over 50, so you just ban every card over 50. If they reprint something, it goes off the ban list. That's weird, right? And then everyone tries to buy it and it goes up to 51 and then it's banned again. You have Magic players watching like the stock market of Magic cards. Oh, it's 49. It's unbanned again. I can play it in this tournament. It's just silly. Like it wouldn't work out. It's kind of a bad reason. Anyway, speaking of Grizzlebrand, no shot. Have 40 life to draw infinite cards. Yeah, probably not. What's the easiest one? Anybody have a easy unban? Bracket 3 issues maybe. Don't, but I would jam it and poison. What's the easiest unban on this entire list? It's maybe not a difficult question. I think it's Sway of the Stars. The easiest one. Where nothing would change whatsoever is Sway of the Stars. They unbanned Worldfire, and 0 people worldwide played it. It's just, it does nothing. Sway of the Stars costs, what, 10? And restarts the game. Like, everyone shuffles everything up. You draw a new opening hand, and your life total becomes 7. Like, at that point, just play another game for real, though. You know, like, it. Sway of the Stars, if they unban it, actually nothing will happen. It's even safer than Coalition Victory. And they tried it out with Worldfire. They unbanned that, and nothing happened. So I think we can fairly say, yeah, Sway of the Stars. Nothing will happen. No one will play it. If somebody does, cool, it'll be funny, you know, but that's it. The next easiest one. Panoptic Mirror, maybe. Braids, maybe. Gifts Ungiven, maybe. Honestly, Rofalos, maybe. Araya. Sway costs way too much for what it does. I mean, yeah. But it also doesn't do anything. If you're paying 10, you should simply win, right? Just win. Prime Time, in your opinion? Panoptic Mirror right behind it? I think this might no longer be in order. But Panoptic Mirror, easy unban. This card costs 5. It is the second most destroyable type of permanent ever, which is an artifact. The most destroyable type of permanent is an artifact creature. Because every single color can trivially destroy artifact creatures. Just artifact, black has some trouble with that, but every other color does that by accident. Even blue does that nowadays. Anyway, costs 5. And then you pay X and imprint, so you remove the card from your hand and put it under it. And then that whatever sorcery you put underneath there automatically goes off all of your upkeeps. Each of your upkeeps for the rest of the game until someone kills it, right? people are like, yeah, but people are going to take infinite turns with Panoptic Mirror. I don't think they are. The cheapest infinite turn card costs 5, which means you are now paying 10 mana, 5 to cast it, and then 5 to imprint it, and then you're imprinting the card underneath it, and then 3 30-year-olds have to have $100 between them. Somebody has to have one way of killing that in 3 entire players' turns until it becomes your turn, and then, okay, it goes off and you start and you win the game after that. I feel like pay 10, exile a card from your hand, pass the turn, everyone else goes, on your upkeep you win. We already have cards that do that. We have Mortal Kombat. We have Test of Endurance. We have whatever it is, Game of Chance, or whatever the name is. We have a whole cycle of 4 mana cards that say on your upkeep win the game if some condition is met. And they're almost never played. Panoptic Mirror is essentially the same thing except way more expensive, and it's 2 cards instead of 1. I just don't see the issue. And if someone destroys it, you lose your extra turn card. It's exiled forever. You're actually down a card from it because it has imprint. I think you unban it easily. There will be some like low power level tables with really annoying people that might play it against their friends who don't run any removal, and they might not enjoy that. So maybe that's a problem, but it would be a GC, so. Is the imprint instant speed? Yes. So you can just wait until the end of somebody's turn and then put it underneath it. You know, which means you probably won't lose your card you're trying to imprint. Unless the way they were going to interact was an instant, in which case you still probably will, right? Because they'll respond. But it's not full tap out on your turn. Half of your mana stays untapped, so there is that. I don't want to undersell Panoptic Mirror, but I think it's an easy unban. I don't even think it's a bracket 3 issue. I think bracket 3 can perfectly well handle it. And sometimes it might not, and then you lose. Okay. Biorhythm, easy unban. Costs 8. It's an 8 mana green card, sorcery. Each player's life total becomes the number of creatures he or she controls, updated to be they. Not necessarily because it's more politically correct. It's actually because they is fewer letters than he or she, and they want to fit more bullshit text on all their cards. It's like 50-50. So I'm fine with it. Anyway, why is this card banned? I actually don't know. This card's a big, funny commander card. It's like one of the poster children for the commander format. 8 mana sorcery that makes everybody's life total become the number of creatures they control. That's like a quintessential commander sounding card. Like, it just sounds funny. Can you play this and then tap mana 9 through 12 and also Wrath of God? And do you have one indestructible creature and everyone else loses? Yeah. I don't know. You have 12 mana. You can do what you want with it. That's fine. Typically what Biorhythm does, you cast it, your opponents collectively lose about 100 life, and then you swing for the win. You could have done that with a Craterhoof that costs the same amount. I don't see the issue. Is Biorhythm even good anymore? I disagree with the vocabulary of your question. Biorhythm was never good. It wasn't even good when it was banned. I was there, Gandalf. No one played this shit. It sucked. You played it like an enchantment? Oh, where it was just chilling and you gained life for each creature you played? Neat. Gifts Ungiven. The easiest, the snap easiest. This is actually Gifts Ungiven besides the possible exception of this one, is the first card they could unban that people would actually play. Because ain't no one playing any of this crap. But Gifts Ungiven would see play. But it's still a very easy unban. Gifts Ungiven is an instant for 4, splashable. Search your library for up to 4 cards with different names. Your opponent chooses 2 of them. The 2 chosen go to the graveyard, the rest go into your hand. Gifts Ungiven has exactly 3 use cases. Use case number 1. You search for 4 cards with different names whose effects are such that it doesn't matter which 2 your opponent chooses, you always get the 2 you want. You can consider it like card 1 I want, card 2 I want, regrowth, Eternal Witness. Okay, it doesn't matter which one you pick, I'm going to get them anyway, right? So that's use case number 1. You present your opponent a false choice. They pick 2, usually the 2 where you have to jump through more hoops to get them in your hand, and you get the 2 cards you wanted. Okay, that's use case 1. Use case 2 is you purposefully only search for 2 cards instead of 4. And then your opponent has to choose those 2, and they go to their graveyard, and none go to your hand. But you didn't want them in your hand. You wanted them in the graveyard. It's a double entomb for 4 instead of 1. And that's good. Those are going to be the 2 main use conditions for Gifts Ungiven if it gets unbanned, is those 2 things. The third way is a bad player who may or may not have built their deck, casts Gifts Ungiven at the end of someone's turn, has no clue what they're even trying to search for, and pages through their deck over and over, looking through the same section, pulling a card out, thinking about it, like a man falling asleep in bed rereading the same page of a book they're trying to finish. And everyone at the table starts taking out their phones and ordering Chinese food and stuff. But, you know, c'est la vie. Easy unban. Intuition is arguably better, but I don't think so. Maybe just because it's cheaper. Searching for 4 cards in the 100-card singleton format seems like it goes against a foundational part of the format. You're not sure about an easy unban. Oh, okay. Maybe not an easy unban for Loki Liesmith. What foundational part of the game would that be? As I wait for your response, I'm going to move on to the next one. What's the next easiest one? Keep in mind that I'm not usually very judgmental, but I am judgmental about weirdos who don't like tutors in Commander. They think it goes against the spirit of Singleton, but they're just wrong. They're weirdos. There were tons of Singleton formats, Rainbow Stairwell, 250 card, Dan Gray stuff. Tutors have been a part of Singleton since the very beginning, and a beloved part. A necessary part even, although more necessary back then because they just didn't print multiples of the same cards enough, perhaps. Braids, put it as a game changer and or consider it mass land destruction so it's auto 3 or 4. Oh yeah, Braids, easy. Turgrid is already on the list, and Turgrid is better. Like, Turgrid is better than Braids. Here's what's going to happen if you play Braids as your commander. You're going to go land, pass. Turn 2, Swamp, Dark Ritual, Braids. Someone taps a plains and swords it, and then you don't do anything for the next 20 minutes. Okay? Or you play Braids, and everybody sacks a land every turn, and they don't know how to play against it, so they keep playing lands, and they keep getting destroyed. And you win, and everyone hates it, and they complain, and then they refuse to play against it again. I mean, it's just a different Turgrid, except it costs 4. Now, that's as a commander. In the 99, that's a different story. Do people play smokestacks anymore? If they don't, I don't know that they would play Braids, but it is a creature. There's a lot more synergies there. Anyway, I think you could unban it just because it's already going to be rule zeroed in the same way that Turgid is rule zeroed, right? Or people are like, finally, I can play Braids. They unbanned it. And then they go to their bracket 2 pod, and their friends are like, we don't want to play against that. Oh, okay. Well, it's unbanned now. Yeah, I don't care. I think that's probably what's going to happen. Anyway, you got an ad. You'd argue the tutors are cool, but one card being 4 tutors is a bit much.
King.
Well, you got to pay for it. It costs 4. It costs as much as 4 tutors. I think it's fair. Crow. Thanks for the tier 1 for 8 months. I appreciate it. TYVM. I wonder if is Gifts Ungiven even the best tutor if it gets unbanned? The answer is no. Demonic Tutor is still better. Vampiric Tutor is still better. Yeah, I guess to me, maybe I'm thinking of it too classically, but if they unban Gifts Ungiven, is it the best tutor? No. And that, to me, that's damning. Gifts Ungiven would go in every one of your Dimir decks for sure. Yeah, and it should. And I think that's okay. I think that's okay. I'd put it in my Dimir deck as well. I'm going to say bracket 3 issue maybe. And we'll do these in order of how easy it would be to unban them. This one technically goes on the end because they said they would. They just said they would. So I'll do it in order. This is the most unbannable, least unbannable on each. Thing is, you can play it and all the other tutors. In bracket 4, yeah. Not in bracket 3. You got to make your choice in bracket 3. And it would be a game changer because that's what they said. Would I play it and all the other tutors? Yeah. Of course. But that's the kind of commander I like to play. This card actually sucks. Like Erayo. I'm going to put it in poison. I've played against an Erayo deck. It wasn't actually good. It's just kind of annoying. It's almost like a signpost ban. No one would really play it. Truly, it's not even good. Erayo is kind of like Braids, except blue. The thing that you're playing as a commander that you kind of dump your hand to put out, and then someone deals with it, and turns out your deck sucks. I don't know. I bet you could build a stronger one nowadays than when we tooled it up. But I don't know why you would want to risk that. Flash. No shot. I forgot about Flash. No shot. Oh yeah, I should explain these. I stopped explaining them for the Magic people. Pardon me. Flash. It costs 2. Blue card. Okay. Splashable. Instant. Put a creature from your hand on the battlefield. Then pay for it. If you don't want to pay for it, it just dies. That's actually insane. And not just because of Mr. Poop, the green creature, who, when he dies, you search for a win condition and instantly win the game, which is what they did with it. But it's one of those Tinker kind of cards where every year the game is out, they print more and more random shit that just makes this card even better and this card even better, and they don't want to limit their design space. Hulk Flash was simply the best deck in CEDH. It was the best thing to be doing. And this was their only ban made explicitly for CEDH. And they said they would we're only going to do this once, but Commander CEDH is essentially solved. And so we're going to ban Flash because everyone hates it and the format's solved. And then everything was fine, you know. Protean Hulk, SJ Arcade. One of his nicknames when Protean Hulk was first printed, one of his nicknames was Mr. Poop. Because he kind of looks like a shit demon. And he was pretty good in Legacy and Vintage as well. For exactly 1 week, if I recall, maybe 2. Next easiest. I mean, this one wouldn't be easy. I'm just putting it in. I think it's poison, and that's easy, no shot. Now it's hard. Now it's getting hard. The next easiest one to unban is Rathalos. Next easiest one on ban is Rathalos. This guy is an elf legend. 2/1 for double green. What does he do? Taps to add a green mana for each forest you control. That's not basic forest, unless it's been oracle texted. It's just forest. Cost 2. So he taps for probably 2 immediately, and taps for 3 on your next turn when you play a third forest, if he's your commander. You wouldn't play him as your commander. You would put him in the 99 of some gross ass, you know, elf deck, right? And he would end up being elf number 5 that goes infinite with everything that untaps, right? Whatever, Staff of Domination, or whatever way that you're getting infinite mana by untapping some creature. He would be fine. Yeah, I don't even think he wouldn't even be that good as the mono green commander. Like, you would probably want a different one even, but they would just put him in the 99 and he's Mr. Combos with everything, creates a billion mana, number 7, right? It's fine. I think you could do that. You could unban him. He's a 2/1. They already do this in a bunch of ways. He's maybe the best one, arguably. Cares about forests. You could play him in 3-color decks if you play like Tree Elms and a bunch of duels and stuff. He'd be really good. I'm putting him up here in the issue maybe category. But he could be pretty unbannable and it would mostly be fine. I believe he's on the reserve list as a rare from Urza's, or as a particular rare from Urza's. So if he ever got unbanned, he would be like $500 probably. But here we are. What's the next easiest? We're starting to get to ones where I don't know if any of them should be unbanned. Well, let's tackle these two. Let's tackle these two because they have to do with each other. Iona, Shield of Emeria, and Sundering Titan. They're not in this bracket. I'm just putting them here to talk about them. These two are brothers on the ban list. Iona is on the ban list because they don't want to punish a player just because they're not rich. They don't want to punish you just because you're poor. And if you're playing a monocolor deck, you stop being able to play the game when Iona lands. And none of your opponents really feel like removing it if it's naming your color, so you just can't play Magic anymore. If you were rich and had a 2-color deck or a 3-color deck or a 4-color deck, you could keep playing and it would be fine. But maybe you're on a budget, and so you can't play. You're done. Having played when Iona was legal, you had to, if you were playing a monocolor deck, you had to play 4 or 5 of the worst 7-mana instants that were colorless that exiled a permanent you've ever seen, so that you wouldn't be locked out of the game permanently if somebody happened to have an Iona, which in my metagame was pretty common. And so to protect the poor players from too much unfairness, Iona stays banned. And to protect the rich players from suffering from success, see, we have the other part of the coin here. Sundering Titan. I didn't talk about what Iona costs, right? The mana cost or the power and toughness, because that doesn't matter. You don't play Iona, like you don't cast her. You put her on the battlefield from the graveyard. You reanimate or whatever. Sundering Titan, same thing. Cost 8. It's like a 7-11. I think it's a 7-11 split for 8. But anyway, when it enters or leaves the battlefield, not dies, but leaves the battlefield, choose a land of each basic land type and destroy those lands, all 5. So it enters, gets high marketed right away, you destroy 10 lands. 2 of each basic land type. And so if there's somebody in the table that has a 5-color deck, they lose all of their lands and everyone else is fine, right? If you're rich and you have a bunch of dual lands, you get Armageddoned, and everyone else is fine. You just lose the game. And so these 2 essentially lock one of the 4 people or more out of the game entirely, because either they're rich and have dual lands for Sundering Titan, or they're poor and they have 1 color for Iona. But both of them are bullshit and require a whole bunch of building around it and produce essentially kind of miserable experiences for cheating them into play, and this one flickering them a million times, but this one just putting it out. So I think they're poison. I think it's possible that they unban these. I think they could do it. I think they've forgotten. Oh, it wasn't so bad. Nobody played with Iona. She costs 9, as if anyone would ever hardcast her ever, right? Sundering Titan, whatever, it's fine. He cost 8. I think they forgot. But anyway, they could do it. I really don't think they should. I think it's box office poison, but they could. I think they might do it. There's a lot of new people floating around that don't remember the old times. But then again, you could say to me, HeyWoah, you were playing Commander in 2010. Fucking, it's been a long time since Primeval Titan has been in Commander. Cards are way better now. People's decks are way better now. There's no tuck rule for the Commander anymore. Blah, 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 right? All these boomer cards, they would show up if we unbanned them and nothing would happen. It's fine. Sylvan Primordial and Prime Time and Reoccurring Nightmare or whatever. And maybe you're right. I don't think so, but maybe you're right. What's the tuck rule for Commander? It used to be the case that your Commander would only go back to the command zone if it was put into a graveyard or exile. Only graveyard exile. And so every single blue deck had Hinder from Kamigawa, 3 mana counter target spell, put it on the top or bottom of an opponent's library. You'd play, Commander was such that you would play all of the cards that would either counter something and put it on the bottom, Terminus, put all creatures on the bottom, cards like that. What is it? Spell Crumple, I think, was one of them. And so when somebody had their Commander out, you could kill it, but put it on the bottom of their library, and it wouldn't go to the command zone, and then that's it. They would basically never get it back again. That was the tuck rule. And then later on, they changed it so that if it would move from one zone to any other zone, then it gets back into the command zone. But for a while, that was the metagame of Commander, was like, hey, you better put high market in every single Commander deck, just in case someone tries to tuck rule your Commander, so you can sacrifice it in response. Anyway, that was the olden days. The Burglar, thanks for the $2 on YouTube. Would you have a banned as Commander list? Maybe. Yeah, it makes sense, doesn't it? It makes sense. Something being a Commander is so different than it being in the deck. It's so different, right? Like, what's the difference between Iona as a Commander and Iona in the 99? Well, it's the difference between a turn 3 Iona And at turn 13, Iona. Grizzlebrand as a commander might not even be good because he's just so expensive, right? But putting him in the deck is crazy, you know. Emerkul as a commander versus in the deck, right? It's so different. They almost did. They went halfway, didn't they? They put commanders on the game changer list, right? Isn't commanders like Winona, the stupid bullshit ninjutsu one, you know, stuff like that? They had like 5, I think, on the brackets. Or in the game changer list, I mean. Isn't putting commanders on the game changer list kind of like banned as commander? A little bit. You can't play game changers in bracket 1 and 2. So they are banned as commander, kinda, in those brackets. And 3, it chews into one of your game changers. They almost kind of have it a little bit. That being said, what problem are you solving? What is the problem that you are solving by inventing an entire new, now a 3rd ban list? We essentially have 2 ban lists. We have the real ban list, and we have game changers, which are the soft ban list. And then we have the saltiest cards page on EDH Rec, which is really another soft ban list. Really, I guess we have 3 ban lists right now. We have a ban list, a soft ban list, and another soft ban list because of social pressure. So what problem were we solving by inventing a banned as commander, a 4th one? GW sent you a $10 Edu voucher code today. Feels Goodman. Nice. Your man Dank. Not bad. What's weird about that is Yuriko is a precon and now she's a banned commander in tier 2. Yes. But precons is one of the ways that they introduce new cards. And Yuriko is crazy. Not necessarily how it's built in the precon, but it is crazy. Truly a mistake. Commander Ninjutsu. Anyway, who would you put on the banned as commander list? And then take off the normal banned list? Because to me, that's what you have to sell me on. I'm not against banned as commander. I'm just wondering what problem it's solving. And to me, the problem it's solving is you think there's a commander that's not okay, but in the 99 it is okay. That's already banned or something like that. Or maybe you think there's a bunch of them that could be fixed that way. 2 people smashed the door and threw a Molotov cocktail at your local game store? Why? I guess that's an obvious question that you probably don't know the answer to. I'm sorry to hear that. At least everyone's okay. And no one's hurt. What a crazy time to be alive, right? That's your clever way of trying to segue into Leovold? Okay. Probably lost a double turn. Yeah, maybe. Well, I will continue my old guy, I have played this and played against it talk with so many of these. I've played against or with all of these so far. Not Trade Secrets, not Falling Star. Every other one, yeah. Even Shahrazad. And so I will continue that with Leovold. I played Leovold in Legacy. I played this guy in check pile / brainstorm autopilot / what was the name? There's a bunch of different names for this stupid shardless bug, Deathrite Shaman, good stuff, no thought, head empty, only to draw 3. Anyway, Leovold in Legacy, I've played against it in Commander a little bit before it was banned. Mostly in Legacy, 1v1. And I think Leovold is worse in 1v1. He's more oppressive in 1v1, I think. Well, maybe not. You can beat a Leovold on the table. It's just extremely annoying, and you have to feed your opponent cards like he's Homer Simpson in hell. Leovold at a commander table is just, they somehow managed to make a more annoying Narset Parter Veils. Like, they went into the science factory. They went to Cape Canaveral, and they're like, we got to develop something more annoying than Narset Parter Veils to wheel into. I know. We'll make Leovold. Cancer Poison. Boy, I sure liked playing with it in Legacy. Total poison in Commander. I don't think they would do this. I think it's too, they remember. I think they remember how miserable this card is. Wait a minute. What's happening? He's slipping. Would he don't, but I would jam it? Does he go into don't, but I would jam it? Does he slide into, I'm a Temur, or I'm a Sultai mage after all. These are my colors. I played him in Legacy back in the day. No, I don't think so. I respect my opponents too much, I think. I don't play Narset now. Each opponent can't draw more than 1 card each turn. I don't want people to hate me. I still do want my opponents to have a little fun during games. I don't want my opponents to have actually no fun. I feel strongly about that. It is still a casual, socially focused format after all. And so I don't think I would play Leovold, because I don't play Narset now, and some other stuff, yeah. Poison. I could see them maybe they might do it. It's not no shot. But they definitely shouldn't. Sorry, Burglar. They definitely should not. What's next? Speaking of the... Oh, here we go. Another unbelievably miserable card to play against. When we finally get the obituary of whatever game designer wrote this card, I'm sure they did a lot of good in their whole life. As far as I'm concerned, we've broken even. Hullbreacher is, what a hateful card. It's right up there with Opposition Agent, although it's worse. This card is worse. What does Hullbreacher do? Flash for 3, splashable. If an opponent would play Magic, instead they don't, and you get a Black Lotus. And then it stays out so that if anyone else would like to play Magic, you can't. Instead, I get Black Lotuses, and they just keep appearing like you're copying cheese in Skyrim over and over. Leovold kind of the same way. You don't get a Black Lotus every time. It's just that only you get to have fun. Your opponents can't. This one is both. I don't think they would do it. It might even be a no shot. I'm not sure, but we'll see. It's sort of like the next evolution of Notion Thief, really. Except cheaper and better, and gives you Black Lotuses instead of cards. And monocolor instead of two-color. Blah, what a horrible card. Alright, anyway. Some people just want to see the world burn. No, the person playing Hullbreacher does not want to see the world burn. They're not looking outside. They're looking in a mirror. Because they only care about themselves. Got him. Sigvald plays Hullbreacher and Leovold. These are Sigvald cards. Anyway, next. Maybe your Reoccurring Nightmare. I could see them doing this one. This is like more likely than all those other ones. Recurring Nightmare costs 3. Sacrifice, it's an enchantment, so it sits out. Sacrifice a creature and return Reoccurring Nightmare from the battlefield to your hand. Both of these are costs for its activated ability. And the ability is put target creature card from your graveyard onto the battlefield. And you can only play this ability as a sorcery, not as an instant. This is banned for 2 reasons. One, because after you have a Reoccurring Nightmare and 1 creature in your graveyard, and 1 in play, you just kind of cast Reoccurring Nightmare 3 times a turn for the next 45 minutes until either you win or you lose or whatever. You just cast Reoccurring Nightmare 45 times for the rest of your whole life. Win or lose, you just do it. That's the loop. And the weird part about Reoccurring Nightmare is it's really hard to interact with in ways that you wouldn't know unless you had really in-depth knowledge of the rules. So like you cast Reoccurring Nightmare. No one has, after it resolves, you have priority to activate it first. And as part of activating it, you both sack the creature and return it to your hand. There's never actually a period of time, like your opponent has a Nature's Claim, right? 1 green, destroy target artifact enchantment. They have the answer to this enchantment in their hand, instant speed. There's never an opportunity for them to put that card on the stack, ever. It's either in your hand or they don't have priority, which is awkward. Like, that's weird in ways that are strange. Now, there could be triggers and stuff happening and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, it has some rules, finicky stuff to it. It's hard to interact with. It means that for the rest of your whole life, you just keep casting it. But I could see them do it. I don't think they should, but I could see them do it. If they did, I would jam it. I would jam this card. I would immediately play Recurring Nightmare. Throw it the fuck in. What's that? Cast the same spell for the next 40 minutes over and over? Yeah, sign me up. I'm in. Not a downside, that's an upside. What's it going for right now? Let's look. Let's look. TCG player. Recurring Nightmare. I spelled it wrong. $61. Right now it is going for $61 lightly played. 71 is the next cheapest lightly played. The next one is 100. There is 0 near mints. 0 near mint. Costs less than Ancient Copper Dragon. Yeah, easy. And it reanimates Ancient Copper Dragon too. Not bad. They have some video of the 2 people doing it. Oh, the Molotov cocktail guys. really crazy. The owners are great people in the community. I'm glad you got video of it. Maybe you can find out who did it. You think it will all turn out okay, but sorry to vent during the magic talk. No, that's a big deal. Man, that sounds like the job for some sort of police, right? Like, what's the motive? Why would they do that? Could they come back in the future? I don't think you just randomly throw Molotov cocktails. I think you do that when you specifically don't like someone or a business, or I don't know. There's a lot of questions that need answering. I'm glad you got it on video. Okay, we're running out of free spaces here. You'd say mafia, but maybe you're too Italian pilled. Well, I guess it depends on where Lane Clark lives. I guess it depends on where they live, right? Because me, I wasn't thinking mafia, but I live in Wisconsin, so it's like not really a concern here. Man, Upheaval is so fucking miserable. Can we just, like, the top of Poison, don't do this? Ontario, okay. Oh wait, this has to be lowest and highest. So the top of Poison is the most poisonous cards. I think this is it. Hullbreacher number 1, Iona, Sundering, Leovold, Upheaval. Return all permanents to their owner's hands. Costs like 6 or something. What you do with this card is you float 20 and then cast Upheaval to return all permanents, including land, to everyone's hand. And then you redeploy a bunch of stuff, go, and then they can play one land. It's like, this card is like the most giga Cyclonic Rift ever, except Cyclonic Rift, it doesn't target lands, it's soft. It's got an airbag in there, right? It's like, don't worry, you can still replay all your cards. I don't even screw with your lands. That's Cyclonic Rift. Upheaval is like, fuck you, you're on turn 1. Now you discard 10 cards and the game's over. It's Giga Rift. I mean, it's sorcery instead of instant, so there is that, but Primeval Titan. I can't remember what this one's called, actually. The blue-green Seedborn Muse. Disciple of Krufix, I think. Sylvan Primordial. Golos Tireless General. This fucking thing and Emerkul the Aeon's Torn are the only ones left. The most unbannable one out of all these, to me, I don't even think it's really that close. It's Emerkul the Aeon's Torn. The most unbannable one. The least chance of being problematic out of all 6 of these cards is Emerkul Daddy-O. She is a 15/15 for 15. Can't be countered. Protection from colored spells. Flying. Annihilator 6. When you cast her, take an extra turn. That's actually, what I just said, that's the reason why this card is good. Everything else, 15/15, flying, protection from this and that, Annihilator 6, none of that stuff means shit. It's because you get a triggered ability extra turn when you cast it. That's why this card is so good. Everything else is kind of whatever. Or for sneak attack players. Ugh. I don't know, man. If you get 15 mana, you gotta win somehow. And Annihilator 6 counts for mana denial, because their definition of mana denial is blows up 4 or more land. So you can't play this in anything. What, 3? I guess not even. I don't think you can even play mana denial in 3, can you? Right? I might have to check the tapes. Checking tapes, please. Mana denial. No mass land denial is in bracket 3. And the way they define mass land denial, or whatever I just said, whatever the shit I just said, no mass land denial, they define that as 4 or more. Emerkul has Annihilator 6, so you can't play it even in 3. It's 4 only. In which case, yeah, I don't think it's an easy unban though. But I would jam it. I would jam this fucking card. I would play Emerkul so fucking fast. Can you actually imagine a format bold, powerful enough to allow us to play with Emerkul? Jesus. That is really super. Anyway, don't do it, but if you did, I'm jamming this card. I'm playing it immediately. Easy. Easy game, easy life. Next, most likely we have... oops, my turns accidentally took a half an hour. And casuals will not ever stop putting it in decks where it doesn't belong. Golos, not only the best 5-color commander, as in like the one, if you think a lot of people play Atraxa now, she ain't got nothing on Golos. Not only is he generically simply the best commander for 5-color, he is better than 95% of all commanders regardless of their colors. If you have a mono red deck on average and just take the commander out and put Golos in with one the world tree in there, it's a better deck. It's just better. And he was starting to become completely ubiquitous, as in the stats were staggering and they were never slowing down. Everyone was just, every month, another million people would make a Golos deck, or 2, or 3, or 4. His ubiquity was the problem. Don't, but I would jam it. They were correct to ban it. They were right. It would still do that. It would possibly even be worse now. People are better at building commander decks now. They know more. There's more content about them. I think Golos would come back even stronger than before and start to eclipse entire colors in the number of people who would just play him. And one of those people would be me. I would play him because I played him before and then he was banned, rightfully, and I was sad. And if they unbanned him, it would be wrong and a mistake to do it, and I would immediately play a Golos deck. I would just put it right back together with some new treats that have gotten printed in the last few years. He's half of a primeval titan in the command zone. That's insane. He's also generically the best, like, 43 land style deck commander ever. So good. As a matter of fact, I have 4 commander decks right now. If they unbanned Golos, I think I would just have Golos be the commander of all 4 of them, because they would be better. Like Glarb. Glarb is pretty good, but Golos is better. For what I was doing with Glarb, which is making a lands deck. 6? I mean, 6 is cool. He retraces stuff from the graveyard, but Golos is better. I would probably play that instead. Garth is really specific because, you know, I make Black Lotuses by tapping him and stuff, and there's some combos in there that really want you to have Garth. But it's also a flicker deck, and I could flicker Golos instead of Garth, so yeah, Golos would be the commander of that one. And finally, I have an equipment deck, and Golos finally would not be a good commander for the equipment deck that I have, because he doesn't really interact with equipment at all. So I would have 3 Golos decks and then an equipment one. Yeah, don't do it, but I'm jamming it instantly if you do. They could do it. This thing, either in poison or no shot. I'm thinking actually no shot. They hate this card. Parallax, Orrery. What is this thing called again? I can't remember the name of the card. It was from Kaladesh, I know that. I would actually put it here, though. I'd put it here. Next up, well, I can't put it off anymore. Yeah, all right. Out of these 3, it's clearly prime time. It would be the least problematic among those to unban. Paradox Engine, that's it. There it is. Arrested a Waffle House. You did it. Yeah, that's the one. All right. Prime time is, I don't think it's poison, but it's definitely don't. It's do not. Primetime would probably be worse than Reoccurring Nightmare. It would be worse than Emerkul. I think Golos, I'm not even sure. These are both so potentially bad. I think there are people who know. There are people who know about primetime, and there are people who just don't. They don't know. And I hope they don't have to learn. But if they make the mistake of unbanning him, I am fucking jamming this guy. I would probably take apart an entire commander deck. There would be no reason to have my 3rd commander deck. It would have no reason to exist anymore. Because now I have Primeval Titan. And so there is no reason ever to be running a deck that does not contain green. I can't even imagine being in a mind state where you can play primetime and you choose not to. That doesn't make any sense to me. Who is this Mr. Time, and what is he the Primarch of? He's the Primarch of you playing all the Magic and everyone else being in the Stone Age, monkeys swinging bones at skulls like at the start of 2001: A Space Odyssey, and then they see the monolith and you jump cut to Jupiter. That's prime time. Okay, what does he do? He's a 6/6 trample for 6. Sometimes you even cast him, right? So the cost is relevant. When he enters, search your library for 2 lands, put him out. Not basic, not, whatever, any 2 lands. Also, when he attacks, search your library for 2 lands, put him out. Tapped. So let's pretend he does not have haste. Let's talk about the worst it could possibly, like the lowest floor. The weakest primetime could ever do is resolve, enter, and instantly get killed by someone in some way where he's exiled, like a path to exile. He's gone, right? So he enters the battlefield, this game changer, and you search your library for 2 game changers. Field of the Dead, Gaia's Cradle, right? And so you've cast one game changer. They immediately killed it, and you're still left with 2 absolute haymaker take over the game strong resource advantages that are hard to interact with. One of them gives you infinite mana, one of them gives you infinite creatures, roughly. And that's, he had his tiptoe like enter the battlefield, and then he's gone and exiled, and he never touches the game again. He put 2 game changers out. And and everybody else is on turn 4, you're on turn 6 now. And then the game moves on. If he gets to attack, or you get to move to your end turn, or flicker him, or something like that, it just snowballs from there. And since he was banned, they haven't been able to stop themselves from printing incredibly overpowered lands every few years. And so over the course of time, he just gets stronger and stronger. He's like Tinker, where they'll just keep printing good artifacts. And sometimes artifacts will get better. Ooh, here's one that's even more. And so the card is just like accidentally gets better. Every once in a while, they print a Field of the Dead. You know, every once in a while, they just print some ridiculous land. And Primetime miraculously by proxy just gets better. Prime the timing. Primeval Titan. He is awesome. I played him in every deck until they banned him. They were right to ban him. I love him. He's my special little guy. If they made the mistake of unbanning him, I would put him in all of my decks again. I would take apart my non-green deck, because there would be no reason to not play green anymore. If I'm not playing Primetime, you're not really living. And then they would probably end up banning him again because of how problematic he would become. And then I would say goodbye once again and wait another 12 years until everyone forgot. And then they would feed the creature after midnight again, and the gremlins would come back, and we would do the dance again. Anyway, don't do it, but if you do, I'm jamming it. And then we have Sylvan Primordial, which was their attempt at fixing Primeval Titan. And so he costs 7 instead of 6, right? He's more expensive. He has reach instead of trample, more defensive, right? When he enters the battlefield for each opponent, destroy target non-creature permanent that player controls. Okay, non-creature permanent. Usually a land. I'm not going to lie. It's usually land destruction, but it doesn't have to be. It could be an enchantment, an artifact, you know, whatever. Usually a land. Then for each permanent destroyed this way, search your library for a forest card and put it on the battlefield. Now, it has to be a forest card. This is their fix. They're like, okay, Primetime was broken. We fixed him. The problem with Primetime is he could get any land. Sylvan Primordial can only get a forest. Fixed, right? Easy. The problem is you play him and you destroy 3 permanents and you're plus 3 forests. The first time you play him, or bounce him, or sack him and replay him, or so while this one is an overwhelming resource advantage that buries your opponents underneath 12 feet of snow, and and every time he attacks, if that even ends up happening, it's just even more over for them. This guy doesn't bury your opponent in card advantage or card quality or resources. He just fucking blows up their land in the most annoying, aggressive way over and over. He hurts them. Primetime isn't hurting your opponent. He's just jettisoning you to the future. This one shoots your opponent with a gun. It's worse than Primetime. It would be worse to have this thing here, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Don't make me choose. Don't do it. But if you do it, I'm jamming it. And then finally, this guy. Poison. What level of poison? Probably about here. Probably right here for this. What if the unban both? Then I'm playing both. And I'm gonna feel bad about what's gonna happen. I don't think they're ready. Or I'm just old and I'm totally wrong. That's always possible. Anyway, Prophet of Kroof EX. This motherfucker here. You know Seedborn Muse. Maybe you don't if you don't play. Prophet of Kroof EX. Blue-green Simic creature. Everyone's familiar with Simic. What does this do? Well, untap all creatures and lands you control during each other player's untap step. So during everybody else's turn, when they're untapping their stuff, you're untapping all your stuff too. Well, just your creatures and lands. Also, you can cast creature cards as though they had flash, which is instant speed. So what this does is, you know how extra turn cards are kind of frowned upon in Commander because they're a time hog. You are hogging the playtime of the average turn cycle, or playing Enchantress, or having 20-minute turns. These are generally poor form because you're hogging the playtime. Prophet of Kroof EX isn't taking one extra turn. For every turn cycle, it's I go and then my 3 opponents go, right? That's the cycle. You take 4 turns every turn cycle. During each opponent's turn, you take an extra turn during their turn. And what you're doing might actually last longer than what they're doing. And so they have to wait for you to finish taking their turn before they can pass. It is the most egregious hog of playtime, maybe printed on one card, possibly. And it should stay dead, for sure. Hogging the playtime, we're playing the hog time. You be the judge. Why aren't you playing blue-green, you idiot? I know. Yeah, blue-green Simic. It's just, it's everywhere you want to be. No. Fun and casual. Yeah. No, Prophet of Kroof EX is for sure super fun. It's very fun in the same way that Jin-Jitaxis is. Sometimes fun is zero-sum, and sometimes it's not. With Simic cards, usually, you're having fun. Everybody else, well, fuck them. This shit was fire in middle school. They genuinely cannot help themselves from making broken, stupid Simic cards. No, but CG Busta, you got a taste, didn't you? You played Eryxmathetes. How did it feel? The power of the sun in the palm of your hand. The power glove. You're wearing the power glove, holding your magic hand with it. How did it feel to be running with 8 megs of power? It felt like how heroin was described to you. Wasn't it so good? We'll convert you yet. We'll convert you into the Sultai Master Race. You see, Simic is all the broken shit, right? But you still want to technically play with black. Step into my office, the Sultai office. People aren't as mad at us as they are at Simic, but we play all of those Simic cards, plus Demonic Tutor, and somehow we get away with it. I'm not going to explain it. I'm just going to put a Cabal Coffers on the table. And maybe soon I'll be able to Court of Calling by tapping a bunch of Field of the Dead zombies to instant speed put Primeval Titan onto the battlefield and search for Gaia's Cradle and Cabal Coffers. Bleh. Should be good. You think anyone ever got freaky with a Nintendo Power Glove? Yes. Unequivocally. I didn't see it, but I believed it. They just need to make a Sultai commander that makes your heart beat one single time. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Look, they're working on it. Hey, if they unban Golos, the best Sultai commander they've ever printed. Golos. They're doing their best. You like big dinosaurs and you cannot lie? Naya Nation, rise up. Naya has very strong, fun commanders. I wish I liked them, actually. You know, Jetmir is so sick. Nayland Balin is so sick. Panslaza, plus a bunch of the other random Naya dinosaurs are actually good. Like, they're actually good. Voja is super value if you like Elf Tribal, which I don't. Yeah, Naya has some great commanders. I wish I liked them more, I guess. The Cat Warrior Esper Lady coming in FF is looking kind of nice, though. Cat Warrior Esper... Oh, Ystalta. My lady. I don't like her mechanics, but I appreciate the artwork and the character. And I'm happy that people are happy about her. Anyway, as you can see, I'm kind of conservative about this. Easy unban, gifts ungiven, Panoptic Mirror, Biorhythm, Sway of the Stars, and the one they said they would already be unbanning, Coalition Victory. If they unbanned these, I would play Coalition Victory immediately. I would just put it directly into a deck, and I would play Gifts Ungiven immediately. I would not play these. Moving up. Braids, although there might be a bracket 3 issue. Braids and Raphalos. I don't think I would care or much would matter if they unbanned these. Would I play with them? No. Would I expect to ever play against them? Probably not. Up into the don't, but I would jam it if you did tier. Like, all of these would be a mistake to unban of varying degrees. Golos would be the biggest mistake. I would immediately essentially remake my Golos deck. And I would replace my other 2 commanders with Golos because he would just be better than them. And that would be boring. And now you see the problem. But yeah, Golos, I would instantly play him. Sylvan Primordial, I would instantly play him. Prime Time, I would instantly play him. Recurring Nightmare, same thing. Because what's better than Primeval Titan? Well, you cast the Primeval Titan, and you sacrifice it to Recurring Nightmare to reanimate Sylvan Primordial. And then you tap 3, put Recurring Nightmare back out, sacrifice Sylvan, and put Primetime back out. I can do that 3 times a turn. Just hot swapping these 2 guys back and forth on the same turn. And then next turn I untap with about 12 more mana than I used to have. Easy. Emerkul, I would put it in... Yeah, I'd probably play Emerkul if they unbanned it. I would put it in Glarb, I think. I wouldn't play it in anything else, really. It shuffles, so I don't want that in 6. Yeah, I would probably... Emerkul, I would put it in as it would become the main win condition of Glarb. Instead of Palinchron, I would just cast Emerkul and get infinite turns. Like, cast him, take an extra turn, swing with him, bounce him to my hand, recast him, take an extra turn, and just take infinite turns and swing every other time with him. And that would be the win con. I would be able to probably get rid of a card or 2 from the main deck to do so even. It'd be kind of nice. And I'd have natural mill protection as well, which is kind of nice. Anyway, I would play all 5 of these if they unbanned them. Don't do it. And then these are complete poison. Don't fall into the trap of unbanning them. I think they might do Iona. They might do Sundering Titan. I could see them doing Leovold. Possible. Maybe even Upheaval. I don't see them doing Prophet or Irio or Paradox Engine or Hullbreacher. But they might do this middle stretch. I really don't want them to. I hope they don't, but they could do it. And then up here, no shot on all this stuff. This is a decent amount, though. And a lot of cards that I would instantly play, and some cards that I would instantly play that would instantly become like staples that you put in before, like you're building a commander deck. You would put in Primeval Titan before you put in Soul Ring, even. You know, like it would be that much of a auto-include kind of staple, and that's a concern maybe. But maybe so is Gifts Ungiven, so. Anyway, thanks for listening to my TED Talk. I'm hype. What could they do? Oh yeah, I gotta, how much is Coalition Victor? Hold on. How much is Coalition Victor right now? I bet has it gone up because they said that they were going to unban it? It's $15. It's not bad. What's the foil though? The foil's $120. I see. Okay, so that's how the speculators are doing it. They're like, we'll speculate on the foil version of this card. I would probably play it in. That thing. It's the kind of chill vibe stuff you're looking for towards talking about possible commander unbans. Good shit. Hey, thanks a lot. I was like interested in it and I was thinking about it and then I watched a Gavin thing and I'm like, I'll talk to chat about it. Sometimes it's fun. Alright, that's it. If you're going to Adepticon, bring Commander. Because I sure as hell am. It's happening. We will probably already know the Final Fantasy stuff once Adepticon is happening. And we'll see if something stands out. Could be neat. I don't think we'll get the band update list yet, right? What did they say? I think they said coming months or something like that. I don't believe it was like a month. You just got your badge in the mail. Nice. Yeah, getting it in the mail, I think, is the way to do it. So you'd have to wait in such a long line when you get there. But it's a new location. It's in Milwaukee now. And they have a lot bigger convention center there. So maybe the line won't be as long. Not sure. Anyway, get up, stretch your feet a little bit. Get yourself a drink. And maybe we'll roll up Big Robo game. Space Anime 1990X game. For the second half of the stream. And I'll read you guys. Just get read to. You know. Anyway, BRB. Yo, I have returned. All right. Time for some 1990X. PC98. Gundam, well, legally distinct, unique idea, do not steal. Gundam point-and-click adventure. God, mechs are so cool. I'm turning off this fucking light that's been shining in my eyes. So get yourself a hot chalky and a blankie and a paintbrush and a model. Or a bunch of magic cards to sort. And get red too. Big loader. It's the Ogre Magi. Now with 2 frames of animation. We left off last time. We had just finished taking a tour of the ship and meeting all the characters. Near as I can tell. The next thing we had to do was simply go back to our room. Return to your quarters. Sure. So now that the tour is over, your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. If you want, we can take another look at anywhere in the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I will call it a day. I think that's enough for now. I should probably go over the mission logs before tomorrow and get an early night. I know the captain seems pretty relaxed, but I don't want to make a habit of late starts. So responsible. Got the late shift tonight, so maybe I'll get a nap in too. Alright, see you soon then. Well, look who it is. The cow-like coward. Oh shit. You don't even need to look beyond Cassandra to know who's standing at the entrance to the corridor. Although you'd recognize the mocking tone anywhere, the real giveaway is the nickname. One you'd thought you'd escaped a long time ago. Oh shit, it's Brad. Brad Bromore, ski instructor / robot pilot extraordinaire. Hanson Crowleys, or as you knew him, Cal-like 3. Of the members of the Cal-like squadron who'd taken part in the battle, he'd been the only one to return. Even then, that had only been after the ceasefire had been signed, a full 13 hours after he'd launched. Holy shit, what a Chad. From what you'd heard from the other crew members, he'd survived by playing a game of cat and mouse with the enemy forces in a debris field. By shutting down the majority of his systems and hiding amongst the wreckage, he'd been able to launch surprise attacks, taking down his pursuers one by one. When he came back to the Cal-like and saw your armored frame still suspended from its restraints, he had instantly blamed you for the squad being wiped out. If you'd taken off when you were supposed to, he argued, the squadron would have been at full strength, enough to survive the surprise attack. No amount of technical data arguing that it had been physically impossible for you to launch would change his mind. The destruction of the Cal-like squadron was on your hands. The worst bit was that you weren't entirely sure he was wrong. What's up, Lieutenant Magnus? You're not thinking of finishing your first day without meeting an old friend, right? When Harv came and told me that some lieutenant called Magnus Liontower was our new security officer, no way could it be that wimp from back on Cali. He had to have been dishonorably discharged for dereliction of duty. But I guess the JCF is so desperate that they'll hang on to anybody, no matter how much of a screw-up they are. How'd you end up here, Lion Tower? They decided you couldn't handle a full-size ship, so had to put you in the smallest crew they could find. You instinctively make your hands into fists, but unclench them quickly before Hansen notices. Ah, the old Arthur. the old angry anime main character guy. You haven't been stationed on the same ship as him since the Kalike, but you'd run into him a few times on board the colonies whilst you were both on shore leave. Each time had ended badly. Oh, we get the... Okay. Say nothing. Tell Hansen to stand down. Or push back. Well, I don't know what rank he is. Did I read his rank before? What's this guy's rank? National hero or something like that, probably. Just another dang hunk. We're getting the clan rats done with this one. Well, we may be yeah, it's important to note what Orterius has noted. We were indeed a humongous coward that day, but we weren't, like, it malfunctioned. We actually couldn't launch, and it wasn't our fault. But we were a huge coward, and it was questionable whether we would have... Well, no, we really did try to take off, so that's not true. I don't want to... We gotta push him back. Get this hothead out of here. You try and stop yourself, but Hansen has always been able to push your buttons, and you can't help but snap. What is... Hold on. Item? Wait a minute. Item just lit up. Hold on. Surely. Just tase him? I have to see what happens. Alright, big save. I have to see if the game lets you. I mean, it lit up, right? What does it do? You know what, Hansen? So then I started blasting. In a flash, you've drawn your electroshock weapon and aimed it at his upper thigh. Before anyone around you is able to react, you squeeze the trigger and fire a shock round. Hansen writhes on the floor, the projectile now lodged in his thigh, sending electricity coursing through his body for a few more seconds before deactivating. Jesus Christ, we're flying off the handle. This isn't okay. I thought... Okay, GD Panda, thanks for the Prime, 47. Get shot, idiot. Call this gun spring break the way it gets t-shirts wet. Look, I thought it was going to be even worse. The only thing worse than us just shooting him, which this is bad, what's happening, is if we try to and he, like, cool guy disarms us, you know, Steven Seagal disarms us, and just, like, hands us the gun back, and he's like, "You're pathetic, coward of Kalike," or whatever. I thought maybe it would do that, but no. What are you doing? Stand down inside. There's more where that came from. Damn, Lieutenant. With a mixed look of anger and fear on their face, Harv turns their attention away from you and kneels down beside Hansen. They pull the shock round from his thigh and throw it aside before reaching around under his arms to try to help him stand back up. I can't believe you just shot Crowis like that. I'm cleared to use the weapon at my discretion, especially when there's a threat of violence or active insubordination. But you just shot him. You just fucking shot him. You're crazy. Cassie, look, I know it looks bad. It looks like I shot him for almost no reason. But I assure you that I haven't even thought the rest of this sentence through, much less my actions moving forward. I've run into Hansen enough, and this never goes well, so I figured I would just shoot him. I knew exactly what he was after, and if I didn't put a stop to it here and now, it would have been a whole lot worse. She's like, I'm dating a crazy person. You holster your taser, and Cassandra continues to look at you warily. Turning back to Harv and Hansen, you begin to doubt your own judgment on whether this was the best course of action to have taken. Inside Rummy, get inside Croway's upright, and I'll help you take him to sickbay. Stay the hell away. I'll get him there myself. You are crazy. Before they're out of sight, you see Hansen, still unsteady on his feet, look back at you with a look of absolute loathing. I can't believe you shot him. It's like the game is waiting for me to reload, right? They're dragging the scene on, like, okay, you clicked shoot him, but now it's time to reload, you know, because you weren't really going to do that, right? It was only a shock round. He's done worse to me. Yeah, obviously, I just wanted to see if they would go through with it, and they really did, and they really kept going with it. Cool. I'm not role-playing a fucking psycho, though, so we are reloading for sure. What happens if I do this? This card can be useful, but not at this time. Anyway, what happens if I push back? It's all you can do not to just draw your gun. Okay, alright, sure. In the back of your mind, you know you'd be able to justify it. Yeah, I mean, we saw what happened. You were very able to justify it. Everyone would look upon you with horror for the rest of your life, but back off, Crewiz. Whatever issues you've got with me, you can stow it. I'm not gonna take your crap because you think you're hot stuff in a two-frame ship. Big talk for someone who's never seen action. You want to go a few? Come at me. Or are you just gonna hang back there and hide like you always do? You know what? I'm gonna shoot him again. This is therapy. Stand down, and so he asked, he said he wanted to go. He said, pull up then. That's what he said. He said, pull up then. And I did. He must not have meant it. Dude, he asked me to. Anyway. And try number 3. See what I'm saying, Harv? The lieutenant here is a coward and has been since day one. Won't fight, won't even stand up for himself. You stop this right now. Lieutenant Liontower is, can't stand up for yourself, so getting this ditz to do it for you, is it, Lieutenant? You know what, Hansen? This game's great. I can't believe you just shot him. He asked me to. He's an ensign. I'm a lieutenant. It's a matter of public record what happened with the launch of my robot. He asked for it. I'm cleared to use it. But you just shot him. Yeah. I don't want to play a psychopath. Well, I mean, I pull up with the stick out means you get put in the hearse. HeyWoah. Ensign is significantly below lieutenant, so if we're so bad, why are we checks notes 5 naval ranks higher? Yeah, that could be a question. Keeps shooting that guy. I know exactly what he was after. I mean, if I didn't put a stop to it, it would have been a whole lot worse. Alright, get him upright. We'll take him. Stay the hell away, Lieutenant. I'll get him there myself. I believe I gave you an order, Ensign. How many times will I listen to this guy before I just stop reloading? I can't believe you shot him. It was only a shock round. He's done worse to me. I know you don't get along with him, but we'll talk about it later. Wonder if there ever is a point where you can actually shoot him and people will be like, fair enough. Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering as well. You know, good point. Is there ever a time? Probably not, right? Think you can take me on, Lion Tower? Oh, I see. So, there are dialogue trees for that. Okay. We gotta get to the sweet spot where everyone's cool with us shooting him. Remember, we're not playing a psycho. Purportedly. Go strong and silent. Remind Hansen that orders are orders. Show him you mean business. I'm curious about seeing all these. What is business? Is he just gonna beat me in a fist fight? Give him the business? You say nothing, but instead slowly move your hand down to the holster on your hip that holds your electroshock weapon. With a slow, deliberate motion, you undo the clip and lay your hand on the weapon's grip. I suggest you do as the lieutenant commander says, Ensign. I'm authorized to handle insubordination as I see fit, especially when it's hostile. Hansen steps past Cassian right up to you with his face inches from yours. He places his right fist into his left hand and cracks his knuckles. He's so close that you can feel his breath on your face as he sneers at you. I'm surprised, Lieutenant. I didn't think you had the guts to make a threat like that. But do you think you're fast enough? Come on then, what's it gonna be? Are you gonna show me who's boss on board this ship? Gonna make me obey that order? Dude, he's gonna cool guy disarm me if I do it now, right? You wanna think long and hard about what you're gonna do, Lieutenant. Never know when you're gonna need a friend like me. I mean, we're all crewmates here, right? I'm not heartless. I'll even help losers like you out if you've done me a solid or two. So maybe you should act like a professional for once. Or are you gonna do something stupid and show the lieutenant commander that you're just as much of a screw-up as she is? You take a deep breath and do nothing, stand up to him, give him what he wants. What are you implying? What are you implying with this one? With Hansen's breath hot on your face, you do everything you can to not bat an eye at the last comment, but despite your best effort, your hands are clenched in the fist, and we shoot him. You know what, Hansen? Okay, you're still surprised. I can't believe you just shot him. He insulted you. Alright. But you just shot, yeah, okay. So they react the same, even if it's that late. I'm going to be honest. After going through all the options, I'm probably going to end up shooting him. My opinion of this whole situation has been evolving over time. Anyway, business. Do nothing, stand up to him, give him what he wants. As much as you'd like to put 50,000 bolts in for insubordination and insulting a senior officer, you know that would be letting him win. Well, no, it wouldn't. It would be shooting him. You could probably also write him up for that. I don't know military stuff really. But I feel like insubordination and insulting a senior officer, I don't think you can do that. Like personally insulting them, probably not good. I mean, you probably don't get shot, but instead you glare into the ensign's eyes for a few more seconds. You can almost feel Hansen's hatred for you radiating from him like an aura. And it takes all the bravado you can muster not to step down. Military is famously loosey-goosey with shit-talking superiors to their faces. Yeah, you know, that's the general vibe I wasn't getting. Would you two knock it off already? Okay, so she diffuses the situation if we wait long enough. This is a crap military. This step above entry rank is actively targeting and disrespecting 2 superior officers to their faces. This is a direct instructions on why we have this weapon. You two? So you're going to be mad at me whether I shoot this guy or not? I think we shoot him. I'm on duty this evening. I don't want to have to update the captain that both of her new security officer and lead pilot are in the sickbay. Yeah, my man is on this, like, he's a war hero, right? He single-handedly defeated an enemy patrol at the tail end of the entire war. Like, you get Medal of Honor for that. Right? You get, like, 5 pounds of jewelry for doing what he did. How do you end up on a ship like this afterwards? You must be some kind of right cunt for everyone that hates you enough for you to be on a 2-bit bucket like this after doing that for your country, you know? All because their egos are too big to be on the same ship together. Don't lump me in with him. Both you and Hansen are taken aback for a moment like 2 school children have been caught in a playground squabble. Turn from Cassie to Hansen and back, trying to come up with something to say. I don't want to hear it from either of you. You're both in the JCF, so maybe you should start acting like it. Ensign Crowies, I want you to report to the chief at 0400. You're helping her clean out the organic processing filters. As for you, Lieutenant Linentower, we'll discuss this later. Okay, I don't know why he's surprised. Maybe, okay. Hansen looks lost for words. He stands there for a moment, mouth agape. Lieutenant Commander, I hear you loud and clear. Thrusts both his hands into his jacket pockets, turning on his heel and heading away towards the thoroughfare. This is so Raven. He cocks his head, gesturing to Harv to follow him as he leaves. Before the pair are fully out of sight, he turns back to face the 2 of you. Good thing someone on this crew is able to keep everyone in line. Doesn't seem like your security officer's up to the task. Well, in 5 alternative universes, I shot you, so I don't know. Maybe count your blessings. And I'm more and more thinking I was right to do it. With this parting shot, fired. After the parallel universes shots that were fired, both Harv and Hansen disappear around a corner. You and Cassie stand there watching the space where they've been. Cassie crosses her arms as she taps her foot furiously. What an absolute dick. True. I told you, he's a real... And you, what was that performance all about? I've told you about him. He doesn't back down. You've gotta... I know. But you can't let him get to you like that, otherwise he'll just keep coming time after time until one of you does something they regret. Oh, believe me, I no longer regret shooting him. You pause for a moment and feel your cheeks grow flush. You're suddenly filled with a sense of shame for being caught out acting so childishly. Damn, they're really laying it on here. You feel like someone is projecting his own cowardice onto this main character. You feel like his boasting about fighting a whole surprise attack might be made up. Yeah, you know what, Benzel, if we're reading between the lines here, my offhanded rhetorical comment about if he fought off a whole squad by himself and got 17 medals of honor, why is he on a bucket ship right now? Probably because maybe he didn't do that. That could be a thing. Don't worry about it. I know what the two of you have been through, and to be honest, I'd figured he was a real asshole from the moment I met him. Plus, he's going to be busy helping the chief clean out those filters for the next month, so don't worry about running into him much anytime soon. You don't let this guy get what he wants, he's going to start coming, and he's going to keep coming. Still feeling a bit sheepish about your behavior in front of Cassie, you manage a smirk. Thanks for stepping in there. I shouldn't have stooped to his level. Actually, hold on. Every choice I made was like a stand up to him choice. Is she cool with it if I pretend to be the strong silent type? Can we like Chad? Orders are orders, go strong and silent. Doing the best you can to stop yourself from snapping and giving him the reaction he wants, you cross both your arms and plant your feet firmly. You meet his eyes with a matter-of-fact stare, hoping he takes this to mean you're not going to stoop to his level. Maybe we do this, and she ends up being like, oh wow, how mature. Very scary, Lieutenant, very tough. What, hoping I'll put myself in the naughty corner? Nice try. Steps past Cassie and right up to you with his face inches. Okay, and then he does that. He does the same thing. Nothing to say. Do nothing. She's gonna think you're a bitch who can't stand up for himself. I'm exploring my options. With Hansen's breath hot on your face, you do everything not bat an eye as much as you'd like. To shoot him, you don't. Lieutenant Commander, thanks for the orientation. I'll see you tomorrow. Good luck with tonight's duty. Oh yes, you're welcome, Lieutenant. If there's anything else, let me know. I'll see you tomorrow. As you're saying goodbye to Cassie, you hear a scoff from behind you and Hansen places his hand on your shoulder. Don't walk away from me, Lion Tower. Oh shit, we have an alternative reality here. We should have been playing the strong silent type. You quickly bat his hand off as you turn to face him. Ensign, I've not formally started my duties yet, so frankly, I'm not dealing with you right now. If you want to do this again tomorrow when I'm on the clock, be my guest. You give Cassie a nod and she turns and walks away. Hansen turns from you to her, and then back to you as you step over to your quarters door. You enter your passcode into the panel, and once it opens, you turn back to him. Oh, Ensign Crowley's. Piss off. That's an order. Damn. Okay. Strong silent type. The Chad move. Interesting. I still regret not shooting him, though. He touched you? That's assault. That's assault. I should have said it was assault. The door slides shut behind you, and you wait by it for a moment, expecting to hear Hansen banging on it, demanding that you come back out there. After a few moments, you exhale and relax, letting your shoulders fall and your jaw unclench. You walk away from the door and over to your bunk. Sit on the edge, resting your elbows on your knees and your head in your hands. Going over what just happened in your mind, you think that just walking away was the best thing you could have done. You know, having gone through about 3 or 4 different alternative timelines, it actually was. Although the shooting him part was the most satisfying one. But unfortunately, no matter how long you let him talk, everyone still thinks you're crazy. That's a rough one. But the knowledge that you're stuck on the same ship as Hansen goes nowhere. You stay that way for a few minutes, continuously going over the events until you notice that your terminal screen is flashed to light. You stand up and make your way over to see what you've received mail. You enter your passcode to see if it's from Cassandra. To Lieutenant Magnus Liontower. From Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn. Parallel dimension. I can't believe you shot him in 6 million alternative timelines. Subject, that bitch. What an absolute fuck. I can't believe the way he acted. I know that I didn't like him before, but I didn't think he was such a fucking... What word could be 7 letters long? I don't know. Futuristic curse words, I guess. American streamer surprised game doesn't support shooting mouthy character. Well, to be fair, it supported bravado less than shooting him, maybe. Because we get scolded. Well, they're both bad, I guess. He's helping the chief clean out the organic processing system filters for the next month. Don't let what he said get to you. He's an asshole. And you're great. No, we're not, but we're learning. We're getting better. See you in the morning. Cassie. XO. Oh, wait. XO is in hugs and kisses, not XO as in like the role on a ship, the XO. Because that would be somebody else. You sit down in the chair by your terminal and swivel it to and fro as you go over the email. With a slight smile forming, you write a short response. Is she the XO? Wait, is she? I thought she was Lieutenant Commander. Oh, wait, yeah, that's EXO. This is a puzzle. It could be either. I'm giving it a 50-50. With a smile forming, you write a short response. Once you send it, you lean back in your chair, staring at the ceiling for a moment, mulling over Cassie's words from earlier. I've got a big day ahead of me tomorrow, huh? You sigh. I guess we'll see. April 23, Planetary Calendar 214. 4 days have passed since the JFS gun dog departed on its mission to rendezvous with the JFS O'Brien. In that time, her crew, including Lieutenant Magnus Liontower, have fallen into the easy rhythm of life aboard the ship. Even as the gun dog enters the outer limits of Jovian space and is due to meet the O'Brien, there is little for the crew to do, and a general sense of routine permeates the atmosphere. Outer Jovian space, aboard the Jovian patrol ship, JFS Gun Dog. Chapter 2. You're just finishing the last of your coffee as a shrill series of electronic pips begin sounding from your wristwatch. Without looking to check the time, you turn off the alarm and rise from your seat, knocking back the last of your drink once you've stood up, then taking the empty cup back to the food vendor. It's easy to lose track of time on board a military ship where the light is kept at a constant level, You're relying on a series of alarms you've programmed. You know that this one means your shift is due to start in a few minutes, giving you time to finish whatever you may have been doing. Place the cup back into the vendor. Machine latches onto it and tracks it into a space that is quickly sealed by a sliding panel. As the sound of muffled whirring begins, you turn back to face the empty mess hall. Time to carry out the day's security checks then. Let's see. I need to stop by fire control, hangar and engineering to check that everything's going as it should. Quest. You just found out Jovian means from Jupiter. Yes, it does. Alright. Visit engineering, fire control, and the hangar. Well, let's do these in order. Let's visit engineering, shall we? Do I... Alright, we have our... We don't need to go get it every day. We can just keep it on us, okay. Got our access thing. Alright, engineering. Lieutenant Magnus Liontower entering main engineering. You declare to the cavernous expanse of machinery and access ways that makes up the engineering section. You'd been instructed to announce your arrival by the chief, and since the last time you didn't, she'd nearly dropped a filtration unit on you to prove a point you made sure not to forget. Access ways clear, no visible detritus. Nothing seems to be malfunctioning. You stop midway through your visual checks. And no one's throwing heavy machinery off the higher levels to teach me a lesson in proper conduct. It doesn't take long for you to finish your daily checklist. The chief runs a tight ship, but you don't really expect anything less. Now that you think about it though, he hasn't given you your daily grilling about how insulting it is that you think these daily checks are necessary in the first place. Chief, are you here? Up here, Lieutenant? Chief, are you around? Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. That's weird. It's not like the chief to not be at her assigned duty station. I'll have to tell the captain. Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. Look up, idiot. Looking up, you see the chief engineer leaning dangerously across the safety rail of a walkway a few levels above you. Behind her is a mass of cabling that's pouring out an open panel above her. Oh, Chief, good morning. Good morning to yourself. I've been calling back to you this whole time. You forgot to clean out your ears or something? Sorry, Chief, it's pretty loud in here. Nothing in here is running above a safe decibel limit, and if you tell me otherwise, I'll come down there and recalibrate your ears. Quickly mentally calculate the time it would take for her to get down to where you are, and the time you'd need to get out of engineering. Although you fancy your chances, wouldn't bet money or your ears on it. Must be me then. Anyway, I'm just filling out the daily report, Chief. What's going on up there? Ugh. One of those clowns at the colony dock took part in the maintenance process must have done something stupid to the long-range communication system. For the past 12 hours, we've been picking up huge amounts of feedback. They must have made a bad connection, but I can't find it in all this shoddy wiring. Are you sure there's nothing on here that could be sending a signal? Broadcast from the O'Brien, one of our reconnaissance satellites? No chance. This feedback is way too intense. Even a standard broadcast shouldn't produce this much noise. Unless maybe they calibrated the long-range system on the shortwave bands. In that case, the sensitivity would be off, so it would... Chief? Oh yeah, like I was saying, there's nothing around here that should be kicking out a signal with this kind of capacity. Like it's picking up something with an amplitude and frequency 10 times higher than our standard equipment. Huh. which could be the result of a processor loop. Maybe I should check out the initial conversion driver now. Alright, well, in that case, Chief, I'm gonna go let the captain know. I'll put that in my report for the captain, alright? Oh yeah, sure. I was gonna let her know when I'd fixed it, but those dolts have done a real number on this, so it's gonna be longer than I thought. You've been receiving a signal for 12 hours, and this is the first time you tell anyone? Alright. Alright, thanks for the heads up. Fire control. I can't remember where fire control is. Somewhere down here? Okay, here. You still feel a little bit awkward checking on fire control as part of the security report. Although Dylan is always friendly enough, you can't help but you feel like you're intruding on his personal sanctuary. It doesn't help that his headphones are so big that, short of shaking him, it's hard to get his attention. Well, here we go. Morning, Lieutenant. How's it going? Dylan! You son of a bitch. Everything alright? I thought you'd be listening to your music. You're a pretty punctual guy, Lieutenant. So far, we've come by here the exact same time every shift. All I had to do was find which albums would last until just before you got here, and now I don't need to get interrupted mid-jam. That's pretty impressive. Aren't you going to get bored of listening to the same albums every morning, though? No, don't worry about it. I've figured about 15 different album combinations, and that's not including changing the order of play, so I'm good for this mission. Speaking of the mission, you know the drill. Anything unusual? Nothing at all, Lieutenant. Not even a scrap of debris. Not even any detritus. I've been keeping an eye on the long-range targeting systems, too, and had a blip. But the energy readings match the O'Brien, which makes sense. Yeah, I thought so. We're so deep in Jupiter's backyard that I don't think we'll be seeing anything at all outside from the O'Brien. Pausing for a moment as you idly shift your focus from one screen to another, a flicker on one screen catches your attention. Screen could they mean? What could they mean by this? What was that? Sir? This screen here just flickered. What do the readings say? Oh, that's a long-range targeting system. It's fed with data from the long-range communication system, which has been on the fritz recently. Yeah, the past 12 hours, which apparently you know about, but the captain doesn't? He's been working on it, trying to figure out where all the feedback's coming. Chief mentioned she was having issues. I didn't know it impacted targeting. It's the kind of thing you should be filling me in on, Gunner D's nuts. If our targeting systems aren't operating properly, then I need to make sure the captain knows. My bad, sir. Since Chief said she was on the case, I figured it was all in hand. Well, let me know next time. That's it, though. Nothing else. Nothing at all. Alright, keep it up, Gunner D's. Sir. You hope the aliens shoot this spaceship out of the sky? Just remember it? Yeah, we are the sauce. Dude, the fucking sauce. That was such a great explanation, and she kept talking about the sauce. Based sauce. Visit the hangar. Can we shoot other people? Only if it lights up. I don't think you could just shoot anyone for no reason. Alright, the hangar. Let's see. Although you take the first few stairs normally, by the time you reach the hangar entrance, you're skipping almost every step, on account of the low gravity. Gliding through the door onto the catwalk, you grab the railing and heave yourself over it. As you continue to float lazily through the wide open space of the hangar, start your visual... You start your visual checks. Walkways clear, access points marked, munitions stowed, all the equipment and supplies seem to be where they should be. You casually shift your weight to one side of your body, causing you to begin spinning slowly. As you rotate, the glare from the hangar light reflects off an armored frame's camera lens, almost as if it was watching you. Quickly dismissing the thought, you turn your attention back to your duty. Eventually, you arrive at the other end of the hangar where you plant your feet on the thick steel of the main door. From this angle, you can take in everything that you may have missed, including Dalton, who you can see in amongst the storage units, his attention fixed intently on a collection of parts in front of him. Cadet Dalton, attention. The junior engineer snaps to attention the second he hears your call, inadvertently launching a pair of pliers he was holding out into the open space of the hangar. Without gravity to stop them, they continue to sail through the air. At ease, Cadet. Time your launch from the door exactly to allow yourself to grab the pliers as you float over to the startled cadet. I believe these are yours, Cadet. Sir, thank you. I didn't realize you were... Relax, Dalton, I'm just doing my rounds. I'm not here to check up on you. Although, my rounds involve checking up on you, so literally I am here to check up on you. Oh, okay, cool, yeah. Is there anything I can help you with? Just the usual, everything okay in here? You haven't noticed any mechanical failures, everything working how it should? Any suspicious activity? Nothing to report, sir. Just been working on my project. Ever since Lieutenant Commander Quinn assigned Ensign Crowies to the filter cleaning, it's given me a bit of extra time to finish things up. Oh yeah, that's your high-density foam that sets rocks hard, right? How's that going? What? That's right. It's good, it's good. I'm hoping to get the chance to test it soon. These containers are full of the compound. I'm just about to try transferring it to some empty training rounds. Like the ones normally filled with paint. The ones that the armored frame pilots use in practice combat to show when they've hit each other. The compound's stored under pressure, where it remains a liquid. When removed from that pressure, it expands quickly, and with the rapid expansion, it sets. If I've got this right, then we can test it by firing the projectile rounds at dummy targets. When the casing is destroyed, the compound should activate. Good news. Well, if there's nothing I need to know, I'll head out. Let me know if you see anything out of place. Yes, sir, I will. Although, I was wondering. What's up, Cadet? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. If you're sure, Cadet. What did he mean by that? Alright, that's all of the routine checks carried out. Time to report to the captain. Mayhap I can talk to him again? Dalton, what word? Gah. Slow down, Cadet, it's me. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were still there. Don't worry about it. Anyway, you've got something on your mind. What were you going to ask? Oh, it's nothing, sir. Don't worry about me. Don't make me order you to tell me. It's not exactly like I'm rushed off my feet doing the security rounds. What's up? Well, if you're sure. The chief sent a message that she wants me to head over to engineering to carry out a job. But I'm right at a critical part of the process to decant the compound into the training rounds. Decantering from such a height? Impressive. If I stop now, I'll have to stow my equipment, so I'll be late anyway, and then I won't have time, and then it'll be... Slow down. What do you need me to do? Oh, I just need a bit more time. Chief's got something she wants me to do, but if I stop now, I don't know when I'll get another chance. Is there any way you could cover for me? Help Dalton. Ruin Dalton's life. Make your choice. Let's help the kid out. Apparently he's making paintball bullets filled with the foam from the car crash from Demolition Man. Or something. Say no more, I'll take care of it. Are you sure, sir? Don't even worry about it. If it's something I can help with, then I'll lend a hand. If I can't, well, I'll cover for you. Don't sweat it. Thank you, sir. With the extra time, I should be able to get these rounds ready for testing before the next AF drills. Thank you. No problem. Now get back to it. If the chief thinks you slacked off for nothing, then you'll know about it. I'll get right on it. We talk to the chief. Help Dalton with his tasks. Oh, chief, one more. Gives him a fucking... Perfect. Oh, chief, just one more thing. Are the issues with the long-range communication system going to interfere with standard maintenance? Oh, and we're also a lieutenant, too. Perfect. All right, suddenly he's Columbo. Just one more thing. Do I need to follow up with the operations to get you support? Depends on how badly those idiots back at Europa have fouled things up. Normally, something like this should be a quick wiring fix, but I can't trace back the fault. Although maybe the problem isn't with the wiring around the receiver. They could have crossed wires on the broadcast hardware. Yes or no, Chief? No. Today's scheduled maintenance is pretty light, but Dalton should be able to take care of it. He's not scheduled to report to me until later, though. When you go to the hangar, tell him to pack up his project and get over here on the double, you hear? Actually, Chief, now that you mention it, Dalton said he was a little busy with his project at the moment, and that stopping would throw the whole thing off. So I said I'd cover for some of the maintenance tasks. Oh, he did he? Yes, Chief. And you said you'd cover. Yes, Chief, that's right. As the silence between you and the Chief drags on, you begin to regret the offering to do Dalton a favor. Now that you think about it, what exactly do you know about maintenance? Not only is the Chief going to give Dalton grief for passing off his workload, you're going to get it in the neck for, well, if he says he's at an important stage in his work, I'm not going to drag him away. Kid's been slaving over that project night and day, got to admire his love for the craft. The love of the game. You let yourselves relax. Thankfully, it looks like the Chief's got something of a soft side after all. I'll be able to pick things up here, but I've got one of his jobs that you can do for me. What do you need? Chief turns away from you and squats down, rummaging around in her tool pack for something. The batteries in the emergency spacesuit radio packs in the airlock are due for replacement. Take these and switch them out for the old ones. Casually tosses 2 battery packs towards you, which you just about catch. What do you mean, just about catch? Surprised by their heft. You got the charged batteries. Roger that, Chief. Once you've got the old ones, bring them back here, plug them into the power distribution module. After that, you're free to go. Swap out the batteries in the emergency spacesuits in the airlock. Bring the old ones back here to recharge. Simple. Alright, easy. First things first. Airlock. These are the spacesuits that the Chief was talking about. They're here in case a crew member isn't able to access the ones at their normal station. Supposed to swap out the batteries in the radio. Batteries. Alright, let's see. The Chief said it was the batteries in the suit radios that needed charging. Firmly grabbing the locking mechanism's handle. Suit's controller twisted 90 degrees clockwise, then pull. The door offers more resistance than you'd expected, but once fully opened, it remains in place. Reaching inside the container, you hold your left hand against the suit's rigid breast panel and grab the large black block of plastic that protrudes from the panel's left side. With a tug, the block pulls away, trailing a curling cable that keeps it connected to the suit. As you pull it away from the suit, you flip the radio over to examine it. The bottom half of the device consists of a pistol grip with a secondary microphone and speaker, allowing it to be used separately from the suit. Your thumb rests comfortably on the push-to-talk button. The top half of the unit's underside has a backlit LCD screen showing the current, frequency it's tuned to, and battery level. Below the screen sit a few ambiguous buttons. To its side is a dial for turning and a power switch, whilst this unit holds the main workings of the radio's receiver and transceiver. The wire that still anchors it to the suit connects it to the small microphone and speaker inside the helmet. Flipping the whole unit around to look at its underside, you see a small latch set into a recess which you pull down with your thumb, releasing the cover, letting the old battery slide out into your palm. I hope there won't be a quiz after this. Hold battery out. Murmur to yourself as you take it in your spare hand before sliding it into the opposite pocket from the fresh battery. You got the depleted batteries. Now to put in the new battery. Put in the new battery. New battery in. With the battery replaced, you reattach the component cover, which snaps back into place. Once you set the radio onto its mount on the suit's breast panel, you step back, close the suit's container door, twist the locking mechanism 90 degrees counterclockwise. With one down, you move to the other storage unit and repeat the process of unlocking the container, taking the suit's radio, swapping out the batteries, and then replacing everything as you found it. Great. All done. You'll get those back and charging and engineering. We got those depleted bacteria. Alright, now, this is the part of the life support system. That's not what I want. Power distribution module. That sounds like the place we charge it up to me. The device sends energy from the engines out to the rest of the ship. It also got parts for charging battery packs. I should probably finish that job. Use it. Alright, here we go. You take each battery that you've removed from the suit's radio and place them in the charging ports on the side of the power distribution module. They slide and lock in place. With a satisfying clunk, a red light above the port lights up with an amber glow. Great. Job well done. We did it. Talk to Dalton. Oh yeah, we gotta talk to Dalton in the hangar. As you re-enter the hangar and pause for a moment by the railings, you can see Dalton in the center of the area next to the wide-open container. The container itself is crammed full of interconnecting pipes, tanks, and various other bits and pieces of inscrutable technology. You watch as he adjusts some valves and retrieves a cylindrical object, the size of a thermos, from a recess in the device. As he holds it up to the light, you catch his eye. He excitedly turns to face you and immediately launches himself at you. Lieutenant, great timing. Look at this. Whoa. Slow down there, cadet. Grab hold of his sleeve and stop him from sailing past you, crashing into the wall by the entrance. Bracing yourself on the railing, you counteract his momentum and bring him down onto the catwalk. Good news? Great news. Check this out. Go. FR bullet? Dalton proudly presents the object he's been inspecting earlier. Although at first glance it looks like a standard 40mm round from one of the Juno's machine guns, the plastic casing gives it away as a training round that would typically be filled with paint. This feels a lot heavier than normal though, suggesting different contents. Oh hey, good job, you did it, huh? That's right. I've got the pressure right and figured out the volume of sealant for each round. I even managed to get the training rounds to seal properly afterwards. There's no risk of spillage. A round like this should be able to immobilize any joint on an armored frame with ease. More than enough to stop any armored frame alive, yeah. That's great to hear, Cadet. Well done. Thank you, sir. I couldn't have got it done so quickly without your help. Quest complete. I'm gonna need these bullets when the aliens show up. HeyWoah. Was everything okay with the chief? Did she mad? What has she asked you to do? Nothing major, just had to swap out some batteries on the emergency spacesuits. Even a security officer like me can handle that. That's all. That's all. She genuinely seemed like she thought it'd be best to carry on with your project. That doesn't sound like the chief. I mean, come on. I'm sure she can be alright sometimes. I'm sure she was going light on us because she knew what you were doing was important. Or maybe she's just saving all my jobs from today for tomorrow's shift and will want me to work double time. He's there, Cadet. I don't think she's that bad. Maybe. Don't sweat it, Dalton. You'll be fine. You did well today anyway. Now finish up producing all the rounds you'll need for testing and then get this hangar ship shape. You know the chief likes it clear. Sir. Alright, well I should go and give my report. Take it easy, Cadet. Yes, sir. Oh, Lieutenant. Thanks again. I don't know when I'd have got a proper chance to do this without your... Anytime, Cadet. Maybe this is how we shoot the other guy without getting people mad at us. Yeah, we shoot him with the 40 millimeter turn to stone round. The old Gorgon blaster. Should I inform engineering that I completed my task? I probably don't need to, but I wonder if it gives me any dialogue. Lieutenant, have you sorted out those batteries yet? Yes, Chief, all sorted. Good. You're not as useless as you look, Lieutenant. Keep it up. Thanks, Chief. I guess. Alright. Hey, I'll take it. Alright. Deliver the report to the captain, who is probably not in her quarters. She's probably on them. I've completed the security report for today. Should I go up and give it to the captain, or should I take another look around in case I've missed anything? Well, now that you ask me like that, I'm gonna just see if there's anything in there. I only got that quest after talking to Dalton twice. So we should probably talk to everyone twice, right? What's going on, Lieutenant? I listened to that Trish and the Replicants album you lent me the other day. It was pretty good. Trish and the Replicants, my man. Oh, nice. If you're into it, I got a few other albums I can lend you. Ever heard of Firebombing? I was wondering if you had something a bit less rock. What were you thinking? Really liked the Lin Minnie May song they were always playing back on Europa before we left. Do you have anything like that? Lin Minnie May? That overproduced twee stuff? Dylan. Come on, sir. Next time you'll be telling me you want to listen to a whole album of Princess Maria ballads or something. Damn, main character has shit taste in music? Confirmed. No way, sir. Come on. You're listening to Firebombing next and that's it. Alright, okay. Leave the tape with me next time you pass by my quarters. Princess Maria. Who can have a taste in music like that? Who could possibly? Alright, I guess we just get made fun of then. If I do more than my job, am I punished for it? Oh, Lieutenant Liontower, can I help you? No, just stopping by. For what purpose? I actually just wanted to see if you had a side quest, I'm not gonna lie. If I can't help you, then I would have to assume you're here for some other alternative purpose. Do you intend to make small talk? No, I didn't really come here to pick up more nutritional shakes for Miss Quinn. No. On the captain's orders? No, look, as part of your routine checks? Yes. Doing the routine checks. Checking in on you. Everything okay here, Doctor? Yes. Don't let me keep you, Lieutenant. You're clearly very busy. Be carrying on with my rounds. Alright. Very, very useful. Min-May, like from Robotech? I don't know. I don't know Robotech, GD Panda. Is that cool? Is that like a fun reference or something? Alright, routine check. Everything looks fine. She is the worst? Okay. I wouldn't know. Take me to the bridge. Lieutenant Magnus Liontower entering the bridge. You declare, stepping from the elevator and throwing a salute. Looking around the room, you see Vanessa, who remains focused at her station, not paying you the slightest bit of attention, and Cassie, who turns to greet you. As you remain at attention, you notice that the captain's chair is empty. Eddie's lieutenant, Captain Bartholomew's, isn't with us today, so I've got command right now. Holy shit. Small tut comes from Vanessa. If Cassie heard it, she doesn't show it. Oh, is that right? I've come to make my report. That's right, Dr. Rosarium advised me that she'd suddenly taken ill. Vanessa makes another louder tutting noise. Cassie pauses for a split second, but quickly carries on. So he's ordered her to quarters for some bed rest. We're due to enter communications range with the O'Brien any moment now. From there, it's just a matter of coordinating our patrol paths. Nothing I can't handle. Oh shit, the captain is out for the first contact with the big ship? Unprecedented, unlucky. Captain must really be fucked up. Ahem. Right. The security report, Lieutenant. Oh yeah, of course. You clear your throat, feeling a bit awkward. Although you'd been on the ship together for the past few days, you'd mainly seen each other between shifts, where rank really didn't mean much. Cassie acting seriously didn't really seem like Cassie at all. Security report, April 23, PC-214. No breaches or hazards to report, ma'am. No sign of immediate threats or security risks to the ship herself, and all shipboard operations proceeding as expected with little likelihood of disruption. Nothing? Well, the chief has run into some feedback issues on the long-range communication system that are impacting the visuals on the long-range targeting system. It doesn't seem to be enough to stop normal operations, though, and she's in the process of isolating the problem area to start repairs. Cadet Grange has also completed the system to load the high-density foam he's developed into training rounds for the Juno's weapon. He's scheduled to have produced enough rounds for tests in time for next training exercise. Oh, that's great. Good for him. Good for him. But that's about it. Business as usual. Here's my written report. You reach into your jacket pocket, take a hold of the written copy of your morning report, as well as the completed checklist, which you then pass to Cassie. Once in her hands, she flicks through them casually, giving them a quick once-over. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll get these logged. Feel free to return to your standard duties. Yes, ma'am. Cassie turns away with the documents in hand. She glances across to a display screen showing the time. Vanessa, have we heard anything from the O'Brien? We're beyond the scheduled meetup window. Are we picking them up on sensor? There's nothing on sensors, Lieutenant Commander. Not that this interference is making things easy. I'll try scanning on different frequency bands in case the O'Brien is having the same issue. Vanessa begins to flip switches and twist dials, filling the quietness of the bridge with a series of noises that range from annoying buzzes, painfully shrill screeches. After a few moments, a communication window on the main screen illuminates and a slightly distorted voice speaks. Do you read? We are at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Bashir, the JFS O'Brien. JFS Gundog, do you read? Alright, I gave him a voice probably for a guy 20 years older than he looks, but we are at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. With Lieutenant Bashir from the O'Brien relatively clear on the communication window, Cassandra hastily grabs the microphone. Roger that, JFS O'Brien. This is Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. We're picking up your signal and have arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates over. What is this girl? Oh yeah, what does it look like in green? Ooh. We read you. That's a sweet voice you got there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. Good to finally... Lieutenant Bashir? Do you read? Vanessa, are you still getting a signal from the... What the hell just happened? Is everyone okay? Commander Quinn? Cassie? Even before your eyes adjust to the minimal light on the bridge, you kneel down and reach out into the darkness, trying to find where Cassie is collapsed onto the deck. That's some Akira shit. You search blindly for a few seconds until your hand meets her shoulder and you move towards her. Cassie, hey, say something, Cassie. Hang in there, Cassie. Lieutenant Lord. Oh, that's right, Vanessa Lord. Lieutenant Lord, call sickbay and get the doctor up here right now. I can't. Why not? The ship's entire system has been knocked offline. Even the emergency backup systems, it's all offline. We don't have time for this. Get it back online. You rise quickly and dash over to the elevator, slamming your hand into the call button. I'm going to take Cassie down the sickbay. You can, aside from your voice, the whole room remains totally silent. Most conspicuously absent, though, is the whirring of the elevator that would take you directly to sickbay. You rapidly press the call button in frustration. Idiot. What part of offline do you not understand? Quinn's not going anywhere until at least the backup systems are online. But that can't be done from the bridge. How do we get them back online? It's an emergency failsafe. If there's a critical failure with the central computer and it can't function properly, then the entire ship will be shut down. Then it enters a lockdown mode until it can be rebooted. All areas are sealed in case the shutdown is the result of enemy action. The main computer and engineering needs to be physically rebooted to restore any sort of access. Of course, since this is a security system, you should know all this. You grit your teeth to stop yourself snapping back at Vanessa, because she's right. In the heat of the moment, all thought of process and procedure had left you completely. It's like the opposite of what your training is for, but okay, fine. All you'd been thinking about was getting Cassie to sickbay, placing your head in your hand, pitch the bridge of your nose, and try to focus. That's right. But isn't the order to reboot the central computer given from the bridge in that situation? Why did you say we can't? 2 reasons. First, this lockdown shouldn't affect backup systems, but for some reason everything seems like it's offline, which means there's no internal communication system right now. Second, even if we did have the internal communication system, access to the central computer requires input codes which are known only by the captain. Or in the event the captain is incapacitated, the second in command. Vanessa turns to look at Cassandra, who shifts slightly. As she continues to talk, you head back to Cassie, kneeling beside her and placing her in the recovery position. Feeling the cold steel of the floor as you turn Cassie over, you take off your uniform jacket and lay it over. Which currently would be Lieutenant Commander Quinn, meaning that right now both the people who know the necessary information to get the ship back up and running are out of action. There's got to be some way around all this. Weren't you listening? This isn't supposed to happen. We should at least have the backup systems in place. Without them, there's nothing we can do except sit around and wait for the air to run out. What about the O'Brien? Can you contact them for support? Bro, the systems are offline. Everything is offline. What part of this are you not getting? Clearly all of it. As you kneel over Cassie, your mind races through what Vanessa has just told you. You know that she's right, and that all the ship's emergency action plans revolve around the backup systems being operational. And without them online, there's next to nothing that can be done within the ship. Your mind catches on that point for a moment, and you can't help but wonder whether whoever wrote that plan was optimistic enough that they couldn't see a situation where the backups failed. Or whether they were so pessimistic they felt those systems were out of commission. There was no real hope for the crew either. Pushing that thought out of your head, you desperately try to figure out a way to get Cassie to the sickbay. There's got to be something you know about the ship that would help. In all your time you've spent working as a security officer, there's got to be something that you picked up that would... Are we finally going into those panel ducts? That's it. In the crew quarters, the panels by the bunks can be removed and replaced. People use the space in the structure to hide contraband. What are you talking about? The ship's maintenance crawlways are accessed in the same way. If I'm right, head back to the elevators, but this time, instead of trying to call them, you begin to run your hands over the seams in the wall panels on either side. Eventually, you notice a gap a few inches in length. Normally, maintenance would have a special tool to access this, but you can do the same thing with... I've got it here somewhere. Taking your ID card out of your pocket, you slide it into the gap in the seam until it meets some resistance when it's about halfway in. Slide it up and down a few times until you feel it stick on something, at which point you push harder. You hear the sound of multiple catches disengaging and the panel falls towards you. Taking the wall panel in both hands, you place it to the side where it used to be attached. Instead of a solid wall, you can just about make out an absence large enough for someone to fit inside, with a series of rungs headed downwards into a darkness which opens up once they pass by where the elevator currently sits. How did you know how to do this? This is one of the first tricks you learn as a security officer. Ship crews get very creative with where they stash things. These panels make sense that the maintenance crawlway are accessed in a similar way. Well, great. Now you can crawl around the walls in the dark. Very helpful. You grit your teeth and breathe. You hadn't talked to Vanessa much since you first met, but you were now beginning to understand why she always ate alone in the mess hall. Bro, you were being just as difficult earlier. Chill. If I can get up here, it means that I can get down to the central hub. From there, I can see if I can get the emergency input codes from the captain and make contact with the chief of engineering. Do you really think you can solve this by clambering around inside the walls? Even if you can make it to the central hub, the rest of the ship will... Lieutenant Lord, would you... Please keep your opinion to yourself. Thank you, Lieutenant Lord. Barely suppressing your anger at the constant pessimism, but right now I don't see many other options except for this one. And for all we know, we're the only people on the entire ship who might be able to do something. Not about to sit around and let everybody down. Again. Not this time. So I'm going to leave you here to look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn, unless you have anything you want to try that you think might help. She stares at you for a moment as if weighing up what the best put down for the current situation is. Instead, she heads back to her station, starts flicking switches and pressing buttons on her control panel, which does not have power, by the way. Alright, you do that. Try to get the internal communication system working. Since the backups should work in a situation like this, maybe there's a way to get them back online. You see an option, taser, yeah. Every time we have to try it. Get moving, or are you going to stand around and gawk whilst I get everything done by myself? You inadvertently sigh loudly as you turn around and reach out into the crawl space, grabbing a rung and then placing your foot on the lower down. Hopefully I can get things back online with the chief and the captain's help. Just look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn until then, alright? Vanessa turns away from you, continuing to adjust the inputs on the communication system. Yeah, sure. Maybe you can tase the elevator call button to give it temporary power. That sounds like it only works in anime. And this is an anime, so maybe it works. With that, you lower yourself into the darkness, taking it one rung at a time. Once you're past the stationary elevator, you can feel the space you're in open up around you. Carrying on downwards, you reach behind you every so often to see if you can feel the catch system that would keep the access panel attached. After a few attempts to find it, your fingers eventually brush over a catch, and with some coercion, you manage to get it to release, causing the whole panel to fall off the wall behind you and clatter to the floor of the central hub. As you step out of the crawlway, a loud banging starts from nearby. You immediately reorient yourself to face the room, placing your hand on your electroshock weapon just in case. As you scan the room in the dim lighting, the banging continues and you realize it's not coming from anywhere in the central hub, but one of the elevators. With your hand still hovering over your weapon, you slowly move towards the noise, trying to make as little sound as possible, hoping that whoever or whatever is making it doesn't know you're here. Despite the darkness, you can see that the elevator doors are open slightly with an inch or so gap between the two doors. As you angle yourself to try and see what's inside, your question is answered. Hey, who's out there? Whoever you are, help me get these stupid doors open. Whole thing's jammed. You pause for a moment. You haven't seen Hansen since the other day outside your quarters. I know you're out there. I heard you. Get over here and help me get these doors open. What are you waiting around for? As Hansen continues to call out, you size up the situation. With the darkness of the room, you could easily come and go without him being able to tell that it's you. On top of that, it's unlikely that he'd be able to force open the elevator doors on his own. Come on. This isn't funny. Who's out there? Stop jerking me around. It's petty, but part of you almost relishes the idea of Hansen seeing how it feels to be trapped and unable to do anything. You know, it is kind of a poetically similar situation, although the stakes are much lower. However, if you're messing with me, I'll kick your ass. Still, he's a member of the crew, and as a security officer, it's your role to keep them all safe, regardless of how much of a dick they might be. Take a deep breath and shoot him. Alright, apparently that's not an option. I don't know what happened. The elevator must have malfunctioned. One enemy down. Name crossed off the list. You're next, Dylan. Alright. Leave him there, or help him open the doors. How do you feel about this? Look, he's stuck in the elevator. Nothing's gonna happen to him. He's safe. He's uninjured. There are more pressing concerns. I'm gonna see what happens if we help him, but I'm inclined to leave him be. Simply because of the hierarchy of importance for what we are doing. Hold it for a second before releasing one long, constant sigh.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Warhammer is raiding with a party of 27. Well, I'll be. You have waltzed in to a waifu weekend. We're playing a legally distinct Gundam PC-98 boomer game. And I'm reading, this is, get your hot chocolate, your hot chalky and your blankie, get your paint brushes and your magic cards to sort. We're just reading stories. Anyway, as always, the pinnacle of excitement, high energy, and hype, as always, on the HeyWoah channel. And I don't want a fucking light in my eye, like it was for the first 2 hours of my show. And so I turned off the light and I'm using Sandwich Ogre over here, who, if you'll note, has 2 frames of animation now. We've doubled it from 1. I photoshopped it. Anyway, welcome. What were you guys doing, Warhammer? Path of Exile, perhaps? Anyway, thanks for the big raid, 27. Monster Hunter. Oh, everybody's playing Monster Hunter. It's the game to play. I've never played a Monster Hunter game, but people who like Monster Hunter really like it, and they tell me it's very good. Is this one good? It is? Nice. Most of the streamers that I regularly watch have all been playing it. It's still early, but so far extremely solid. Nice. It's summer here and your room is heating way too much. Bro, you gotta turn on the AC. You know, air conditioning is the only difference between civilization and the jungle. Everything else is just noise. You gotta flex human ingenuity, science. Push the button. Anyway. Alright, Ensign. I'll take the door on the right, you take the door on the left. Count of 3, we pull. Oh yeah, I should probably explain, if anyone gives a shit, which maybe you don't, but whatever. We are aboard a ship with giant robots on it, just outside of, you know, we're on a side of Jupiter. I don't know if we're close to Io or not. Trying to find a much larger ship, the O'Brien, which just had our communications cut, and all the power in the ship went out. Just found someone on an elevator. We're trying to make it to main engineering. This guy's a fucking dickhead, but we're being a professional and helping him anyway, because we're Chief Security Officer. Lieutenant Magnus Liontower. So the UK is a Neanderthal tier civilization because they lack AC. That is correct. But as far as being Neanderthal tier civilizations, United States not looking so hot past month or 2. I'm gonna be honest with you. That being said, don't blame me. I voted for the other guy. Great, everyone on board, and it's the cat-like coward. Figured he'd stop by here, find a nice little space to crawl up and hide in. Helping me out so we can trade places and you can ride it out until the action's over. You immediately begin to regret your decision. Anyways, do you want to get out of here or not? Whatever, just get me out of here. Unless you want to walk away now, that's your specialty, right? Ducking out when you're needed. Every muscle in your body stiffens and a wave of heat flushes through your entire body. Give me the option to shoot him again. Listen up, Ensign. I'm here to help you out, and right now, you're not giving me a lot of good reasons to do that. So you can either stop trying to be the biggest asshole in the JCF, start helping me, or I can leave you to figure out how to get out of there yourself. Do you understand me? Yeah, whatever. Just count down already. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Takes the two of you a few attempts, but finally you manage to push the doors open to the point where Hansen can make his way through the gap between the two of them. Free of the elevator, Hansen dusts himself down and looks around whilst adjusting his jacket. So what the hell's going on? What happened to the ship? Why has everything stopped working? There should be backups or something, right? You pause for a moment despite having been on the bridge when everything went wrong. You probably have as much of an idea as Hansen would. Honestly, I've got no idea. I was on the bridge when it all happened. We made contact with the O'Brien, there was this flash. Then Commander Quinn had been knocked out. All the systems were offline, even the backups. Managed to get off the bridge using the maintenance crawlway. Now we're trying to figure out a way to reboot the computer to get everything back online. Just great. I knew this ship was a piece of junk the moment I stepped aboard. You said you guys had a plan to get things up and running, yeah? Yeah, kinda. Great. You can handle that. I'm gonna go check on the crew. Have you seen Harv? No, I haven't run into them. Okay then. I'll try their quarters. With that, Hansen heads into the darkness towards the four-side thoroughfare. He stops briefly, turning to face you. Lieutenant? Thanks. Or whatever. Oh shit, Sundering, huh? Okay, I've dealt with your kind before. Arden Finder, thanks for the first time chat. You're new here, but you like the cut of my jib. Hey, thanks a lot. Probably just gonna be lurking since it's late. Have a good stream. No big deal. That's how it goes. After you're done streaming, you want to like fucking decompress a little bit. You know, no big deal. The pilot quickly turns on his heels and disappears into the darkness. Don't mention it. Big saver. Okay. We are in Central Hub. And I want to make my way to engineering. I want to go back to color for the news. I mean, this is a charming color scheme. But yeah, probably we can go back to the vivid mode. As you leave the central hub and enter the long corridor that comprises the aft thoroughfare. The first thing you notice is the sound of your steps on the metal flooring ringing out and echoing down the corridor. Normally the vibrations from the engines would dull this noise and it would be barely perceptible over their low and steady rumble. You'd gotten to the point where you didn't even notice the constant noise at this end of the ship, but now that the corridor is silent, its absence hits you. We check the armory first, just in case. I don't see a reason to, really. Could though, could do it. At the end of the aft thoroughfare, where the corridor would normally transition from corridor to the engineering department, instead you're met with a substantial blast door with the word engineering stenciled onto it. You run your hand over the surface before rapping on it with your knuckles. Rather than the low ring which would indicate it being relatively thin, this door returns a higher pitched noise, indicating that it's significantly thicker than normal. unlike the rest of the doors on this ship, which are designed as entrances and exits, you can tell that this one exits more to block one section off from the other. Sorry, exists, pardon me. You instantly dismiss any thoughts of forcing it open. It's likely that even the contents of the armory couldn't shift it. After a minute or two of fruitlessly inspecting it, you shrug to yourself. The only thing you can do right now is hope that the chief is nearby. You pound on the door with your fist, hoping that the sound makes its way through. You continue to pound on the door and yell, stopping every so often to hear if there is any kind of response. After a few minutes worth of attempting to make contact, you stop and flex your fingers on your right hand, cracking your knuckles to try and dismiss the discomfort. Given the size of the engineering department, you begin to think about how close the chief would need to be to even hear you and the odds of that happening. Before you can resume your attempts through, though, you hear a dull, repetitive thudding coming from the other side. I would use something metal rather than your hand, but fair enough. You call, pressing your ear up to the blast door to see if you can hear an answer. Instead, you just hear the same repetitive thudding. At first, it seems random and erratic, but the longer you listen, you begin to realize there's a pattern. It is Morse code. Do I know Morse code? In defeat, you slam your fist against the door one more time. I wonder if that sound effect we just listened to really is Morse code and we could translate it, if that's part of the puzzle. I suppose I can't remember. It was like three pause, two, I don't know. It's supposed to be like long and short. I don't know anything about Morse code really. Okay, unfortunately we're dumb. So we don't know Morse code. Fun fact, while rarely used, naval officers today are still trained in it for emergency basic communications. Okay. So maybe he was supposed to have been trained in it, but he isn't. Oh yeah, it figures that everything is shut down and I can't actually enter. Got it. Well, we'll see which one has a door. Okay, so the elevator goes to it. Got it. Can I just walk to the airlock? Yes, I can. Can I maybe like leave the spaceship in the spacesuit and then zoom around to engineering and re-enter? No, because you would need power to be able to open this door anyway, right? As you enter, the airlock hatch door looms large in the darkness. A shiver runs through you, and you rub your forearms. It wasn't something you'd noticed until now, but as you feel the goosebumps that cover your skin, you realize that the ship's temperature has now dropped noticeably. Got to find a way to get things up and running again. Hopefully we can get these solved before that. Wait, I've just charged the batteries on these to make sure the radios would work in an emergency. I wonder if any of the other radios on board will pick up the signal. Yes. I bet that's what the chief was trying to tell me. Of course she'd come up with a plan like this before anyone else. Now let's see if I can reach her. You grab the handle on the suit's container and twist. The metal in your hand is noticeably colder to the touch than it was last time you were here. Once the lock is undone, you open the door and, bracing the suit with your left hand, grab the radio with your right. As you disconnect the radio unit from the breast panel, the spiraling plastic cord that connects it to the suit comes with it. Turning the radio in your hand, you find where the cord connects and unscrew the attachment point, allowing the cable to spring back towards the suit. You quickly extend the telescoping antenna and flick the power switch, which causes the sound of whining static to fill the previously silent room. You slowly rotate the tuning dial, working your way through the frequencies until a familiar voice comes out from the tiny speaker. Or should I say, tinny speaker. It's got a little picture of her. Oh, there she is. An emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays on the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew members or any JFC ships nearby. Gundog has suffered a complete system failure and assistance is needed to get them back online. I repeat, this is an emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays, JFS Gundog. Chief, this is Lieutenant Lion Tower reading you loud and clear. I've managed to get an emergency radio from one of the suits in the airlock. I'm able to get around the thoroughfares and to the bridge, but I can't get anywhere else. Took you long enough. What the hell has everyone been doing this whole time? You're just about to push the button to send your response, but the chief cuts in. Anyway, you're in touch now. That's what counts. You said you could get to the bridge. Is that right? That's right. Then get back up there and get the captain to give me the input codes to access the main computer so that I can get the ship running again. Well, you're not going to like what I have to say about that. Captain's out of commission. Second in command's out of commission. Those are the only two people who know the codes. Eat shit. Harden Finder, this makes great painting background. That was the intent. That was the goal. Hope it's working out. Slight complication, Chief. The captain's taken sick. She's not on the bridge. Classic barter muse. Then get back up there and get Lieutenant Commander Quinn to give me the input codes. She's out of commission too. She collapsed at the same time the ship's power went out. You release your thumb allowing the chief to broadcast, but where you expected a swiftly delivered alternative, all you get is radio static. Nothing's ever easy, Lieutenant? Who's currently on the bridge then? That'd be Lieutenant Lord. Well, she's the commanding officer on board right now, I guess. You're gonna want to get up there. I've got an idea, but it's not something I can authorize. Your grip on the radio tightens as a sense of apprehension grows within you. You don't know what the chief has in mind, but if it requires the authority of the ship's senior officer, you know that it's got to be something dangerous. Realizing you've been holding your breath since the chief's last message, you breathe out and push the button on the radio's side to send your message. Copy that, Chief, heading up there now. Radio in hand, you quickly make your way back from the airlock into the central hub and then straight for the maintenance crawlway. It only takes you a moment of groping around the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're on your way back up to the bridge. As you climb, each rung that you grip is cold to the touch, and the air that you breathe has a brisk chill to it. You know what this means, but for the time being, decide to push that thought out of your head. You've got other things to focus on. The climb up seems a lot shorter than your original climb down, and you soon emerge back on the bridge. Vanessa swivels in her chair and paces over to you. So did you get in touch with anyone? Kind of. You bring the radio up to your face so that the microphone is level with your mouth and push the talk button with your thumb. Chief, I'm back on the bridge with Lieutenant Lord. Releasing the button, you walk past Vanessa, handing the radio over to her before heading towards Cassie. Vanessa looks from you to the radio with mild bewilderment before the chief's voice sounds out from the speaker. Lieutenant Lord, this is Chief Engineer Cathays. Do you read? As you kneel down by Cassie to check her pulse and temperature, as well as doing your best to tuck your jacket around her, the way the chief addresses Vanessa catches your attention. You hadn't heard the chief being that deferential towards anyone, even the captain. I hear you, Chief Cathays. Captain Bartholomew's Commander Quinn are both incapacitated, so I'm in command of the gun dog until such time as they can return to duty. Understood. He frowned slightly, hearing Vanessa assert her position over the chief like that. Why? I believe that's proper. Although she is the ranking officer in this situation, you've not heard anyone on board pull rank in that way, especially on the chief, who you were under the impression enjoyed the respect of everyone on board, including Hansen and Harv. Well, this is one of those times to do that, probably. Yes, ma'am. Good. Now, have you got a plan, Chief Cathays? Or has Lieutenant Liontower brought me this radio so we can have a chat about how nothing's working on your end either? As you stand and turn to face Vanessa, you catch the last few moments of a distasteful look she'd been making at you, whilst your back was turned, and do your best to bite your tongue. Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Liontower has explained to me that both the captain and Commander Quinn are out of action. So I'm aware neither one of them will be able to give me the input codes required to activate the central computer. We know that, Cathays. What's the solution? The only hope we've got right now is that the captain has copies of the documents that contain the access codes in her quarters. If someone can get in there, then they can get the codes and tell them to me, letting me reactivate the ship's systems. CD Busta, thanks for the tier 1, the Poor Hammer. Oh, and it landed on the Poor Hammer. Hey, please enjoy big emotes and some other shit. If you're still around. If we'd been able to get into the captain's quarters, we'd have done that already. The whole ship's in lockdown, and there's no way to get in there. You notice the slightest pause before the chief responds. You could be projecting, but you get the impression that she's just as fed up as you are. Not quite, ma'am. Although all the terminals and most of the hardware on the ship is dependent on the central computer. We've got a tool that we use when something needs to be disconnected from the system. We use it for maintenance or debugging, the PST, Portable Subterminal. Effectively a standalone power pack with a microcomputer built in, provides enough power to activate the hardware attached to a terminal. It'll let us get into the captain's quarters, and then from there we can get the codes to start the computer back up. So where is this PST? I don't know, like 2 hours outside of Central, I guess. It's in the hangar. You can't get in the hangar either. I know you're stuck in engineering, Cathays, but the story's the same for the entire ship. Another silence follows, longer this time. That's true if you're trying to get to the hangar from inside the ship, ma'am. Oh, we are using the spacesuits. Let's fucking go. But the gun dog has 2 entrances that can be activated entirely manually. The main onboarding airlock and the hangar crew airlock. If someone left the ship via the onboarding airlock, they could make their way to the crew airlock for the hangar and re-enter there. Then they could get the PST and make their way through the ship as normal. I see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Engineer Cathays, but aren't yourself and Cadet Grange the only crew on board qualified for extra vehicular activity in space? Which requires, by the way, shitloads of training. Scientifically speaking. And you're currently stuck in engineering whilst we can't get in contact with Cadet Grange to just bring us the PST. Yes, ma'am. You begin to feel a knot in your gut and internally curse at Dalton for not having picked up enough of the chief's know-how to have found an emergency radio of his own. Well, at least he's got those bullets. And policy dictates that all EVA needs to be commanded by an operations officer. The knot in your stomach tightens as you take a deep breath in. Vanessa's eyes are now locked on you. Yeah, I mean, it was going to be me. Yes, ma'am. The slightest hint of a smile forms on Vanessa's face. Well, Lieutenant, it looks like you're going for a walk. You'd seen this coming as soon as the chief had begun outlining the plan, but you've been hoping that there'd be some extra part that Hadn't been revealed yet, something that would allow you to stay on board. We got to get rid of this guy's cowardice, one step at a time. Faced with Vanessa's directness, the knot in your stomach tightens further. A sense of nausea rises from your gut. No way or fine. Make your choice. Big saver. I need to go green. I gotta go green to make a decision this bold. Fine. Some people took well to spacewalks, some even enjoyed them so much they'd take on careers in colony construction or repair, or they'd spend more time in the vacuum of space than they did inside the colony or on ships. You were not one of those people. You'd only ever left the confines of a ship or colony a few times in your life, and almost all those had been evacuation drills that you'd been through in school or during citizenry courses. On every occasion that you could remember, you'd reacted badly, but managed to keep it to yourself. Something about being out in the void, an attachment clip or handrail away from drifting off into the endless nothingness of space, had always filled you with dread. The knowledge that you were a slip away from disappearing forever. Irretrievable and helpless. But despite all that, you knew full well from Vanessa's discussion with the chief that there was not going to be any way around doing this, and right now you were the ship's, Cassie's, only hope. As much as you hated the thought of it, you pushed back against the fear that had been rising up inside you. Taking a deep breath, you resigned yourself to what you had to do. Fine, I'll do it. The chief can walk me through everything that I need to know on my way over to the airlock. The dashing security officer diving headfirst into danger. Isn't he great, Lieutenant Commander Quinn? So selfless. Vanessa rolls her eyes, covering her mouth with the back of her hand and putting on a mocking tone. Okay, look, bitch. I'm like actually going to save everyone here. Shut the fuck up. Respectfully. You snatch the radio off Vanessa and turn your back on her, heading towards the maintenance crawlway. I got a job to do. At this point, you've just had about all you can take of her, so the sooner the situation is resolved, you decide, the sooner you can go back to avoiding her. From what I've heard, hanging out in space is something of a pastime of yours. Oh, PTSD coming back from the war. With that comment, you feel like your heart's dropped out of your chest. You quickly spin back to face Vanessa. Oh, do we get the shooter, Lieutenant? Raining in the flash of anger you just felt, silently shake your head as you turn back around and grab a hold of the first rung of the crawlway's ladder. Chief, I'm on my way to the airlock now. Walk me through what I need to know. Wait. With one hand still on the ladder's rung, you pause and turn around. Yes, Lieutenant Lord? I just wanted to tell you, before you go, main character, I just wanted to say you a bitch. Don't you think you're forgetting something? Doing your best to suppress the urge to scream that you can feel building inside your chest, you pause for a moment and stare at Lieutenant Lord, trying to puzzle out what kind of mind game she's playing. Lieutenant Lord, if there's... Before you've finished, Vanessa rolls her eyes and turns on her heels, walking back over to Cassandra and squatting down. Yeah, that would be her key card. You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip, but you stop when you see her withdraw a key card from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. I wish you would have given me the opportunity to remember it, game. You know, instead of forcing me to have forgotten it. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or members of operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card, which you grab out of the air. You got Cassandra's key card. Turn the card over in your hand a few times before pocketing it. But the chief said that the PST used its battery power to open. You can see what you and her see in each other. As if hooking a battery up to a door would get you around the ship's security system. You're still going to need to have the right authority levels to get through. Honestly. At this point, your jaw is clenched so hard it feels like your teeth may crack at any second. But the cold chill of the ladder rung reminding you just how dire the situation is. Turn back around. Bro, you can't be mad. You forgot. Don't forget. Thank you, Lieutenant. Still there, Chief? I'm heading to the airlock now. Have you got the radio coming through the helmet speakers, Lieutenant? Chief's voice fills your helmet. The sound quality is somehow worse than the speaker on the main radio itself. Loud and clear, Chief. You respond, securing the radio to the suit's breast panel. You got the emergency suit on and sealed. Yeah, currently breathing in the suit's oxygen supply. What now? Do you see the access panel next to the internal airlock hatch? Yes. The spacesuit's helmet is attached to the rest of the suit in a fixed position, so, although you turn your head to check, all you can see is the helmet's interior. Turn your whole body in an exaggerated motion to look for the emergency access panel and spot it on the other side of the hatch. I see it, Chief. I'm heading over there now. Alright, you'll need to remove the panel in the same way that you did the one on the bridge. Once you've got it off, you'll see a large handle. Crank that lever, soldier boy. Operating the manual override that will open the hatch to the airlock. Understood. Fucking Evangelion memes in 2025. Although you'd had to learn to operate the airlock manually in basic training, you didn't feel that now was the time to dismiss the chief and act like a know-it-all. She was likely getting her fill of that from Lieutenant Lord. Alright, big saber. You kneel down by the panel and attempt to find the gap between its edge and the surrounding wall. This is made a lot harder by the thick material of your suit. After a few attempts to find it, the tips of your gloves catch in the recess. You work your digits in more until you find a catch that you can squeeze. The panel falls away from the wall and you take hold of it, placing it to the side. Underneath is a long handle marked emergency use only. Well, that's what we got ourselves. Alright, that's the access panel out of the way. I see the handle. Good. Now you're going to want to turn it counterclockwise and keep going until the hatch is open. Shinji, crank that. Placing your left hand at the bottom of the handle and your right hand at the top, you apply as much force as you can to push it clockwise. I thought she said counterclockwise. Your initial heave barely moves it despite your effort. You grip the handle again and place your entire body weight behind your effort to shift it. This time it moves more noticeably, but when you look at the airlock hatch, it doesn't appear to have opened at all. With another grunt, you push the lever the full 90 degrees, allowing it to return to its neutral position. Although it still resists you, you're able to feel the ratchet mechanism begin to move. Push the handle 90 degrees again before letting it rest. Reset. Adjust your grip. Push again. Easy. As you carry on this process of straining against the mechanism, you complete crank after crank. You can hear the mechanism of the airlock groan and strain with each turn. Eventually, something gives and the mechanisms in the airlock uncouple, releasing their locks and the whole thing slides open. Whoa, animation. High risk zone. You can feel the sweat on your brow and curse that You'd put the suit on beforehand, preventing you from wiping it off. That sounds miserable, actually. Okay, Chief, I'm heading into the airlock chamber. What's next? You'll see a similar panel on the opposite end of the hatch inside the chamber. Same deal, but in reverse. Makes sense. Once inside the airlock chamber, you spot an identical access panel and quickly get to work. Unfortunately, it's just as hard to close the hatch as it was to open it. Interior hatch is closed, now what? Try to keep your breathing under control as the inside of your helmet begins to heat up, reminding you of another reason you've never been fond of them. What you're going to need to do next will be to vent the air in the chamber and then open the exterior hatch, to start with. The Chief walks you step by step through the process required. Although you remember most of this from training, you're thankful for the help as a few parts had slipped your mind. You carry on following the Chief's orders until with one final monumental heave, you get the external hatch open. You step away from the lever and head over to the opening. Seeing the stars in front of you, rather than through a terminal or view screen, fills you with a familiar dread you'd felt on the bridge. Alright, Chief, I'm heading out. Pressing firmly on a switch on the suit's breast panel, you hear a momentary high-pitched whine as the soles of the boots are drawn towards the airlock door. With the electromagnets now active, each step is an effort, but at least you know you won't go hurtling into space. You place one foot right on the edge of the airlock hatch and stare out into the emptiness. You see nothing but stars, with light years of gulf between them and you. With your next step, you head out into the nothingness, pivoting on the axis of your foot at the edges of the airlock. The step that you took into space brings your foot back down on the Gundog's exterior hull. Even though the ship had fallen silent since its power had been knocked offline, that hadn't been true silence. There had been the echo of your footsteps, the almost inaudible sounds of things other crew members were doing in the far-off reaches of the ship. Out here, all you could hear was your own breathing and the whine of the magnets. You take a moment to orient yourself and turn 90 degrees to your right, angling yourself towards the front of the ship. With a little difficulty, you bring one foot up and away from the hull and place it back down in front of you. Slowly but steadily, you make your way towards the hangar airlock. Still with us, Lieutenant Liontower. Haven't gone hurtling off into space or anything. You roll your eyes as you plod forwards. Still here, Lieutenant Lord? Good, good. What's your ETA on the hangar airlock? You quickly do some quick math, around what you know about the Gundog's dimensions. Airlock's around the midpoint of the ship, 250 meters long, about 5 minutes, Lieutenant. This isn't a Sunday afternoon stroll at the Replica Gardens, Liontower. Pick up the pace. Allow yourself the opportunity to curse openly at Vanessa before hitting the push-to-talk button again. We gotta mod in some goofy spiral glasses for her. She is the type, isn't she? They have the swirly whirly glasses. Yes, ma'am. You carry on the laborious march to the hangar's crew airlock, slowly heaving one foot at a time away from the ship's hull before placing it back down in front of you. There are a few awkward areas where the ship's hull rises or falls, and you have to navigate your way around them. The loss of a constant bearing begins to disorient you, but you march onward, ensuring that you're heading consistently in a straight line, regardless of orientation. Eventually, you see the distant markings that indicate an airlock hatch in the distance. Although it's marked in the same way as the one you'd emerged from, this one is much smaller, scarcely bigger than the typical doorway up inside the Gundog. You enjoy a momentary celebration, then pick up the pace. Alright, Chief, I'm at the hangar crew airlock. Okay, if you look to the right of the door, you should see an access panel with a lever underneath, just like the others. All right, let's see. Due to your orientation from standing on the ship's hull, the airlock entryway is laid out at your feet. You shift yourself to be able to look to the right and see the panel which you head over to and squat down in front of, running your fingers around its edges to find the now familiar recess. With a practiced movement, you undo the clip. Unlike the panels inside the ship that freely come away, this one swings on a hinge, revealing the lever underneath. Hopefully this should be easier on a smaller hatch. Oh, we're gonna get to press buttons. Button presser, big save. What does it look like in green? Nice. You mutter to yourself, reaching for the lever. Chief, what is it? It's the lever. You run your hand a few more times over the lever, which is visible, but inlaid into the hull, perfectly level with its surroundings. Flush is the word you're looking for. Whereas you'd been able to remove the panel cover by finding the recess, there was nothing like that here, making grasping the lever impossible. Perhaps it has something to do with these numbers. I can't get any purchase on it. It's completely flush with the hull. There's no way to grip it. Lieutenant Lord, do you know what the current security code is? Of course I don't. They're like the emergency input codes. Only the captain or the second in command knows them. Son of bitch. Why? Chief Engineer Cathay, I asked you a question. There's a moment of radio static, but you can hear the chief sigh through the crackle and distortion. In order to gain entry to an airlock from outside, you need the input of the ship's security code to the number pad. It's an analog locking mechanism, but you still need that code. No, it's not. These are wires. God damn it. Miserable excuse for a captain. God damn you, Quinn, you absolute airheaded bitch. Watch yourself, Lord. Oh, shut up, Lion Tower. Because of your stupid bimbo girlfriend deciding that now's a great time to take a nap, I'm stuck on a dead ship, running out of air. Hey, she may be a stupid bimbo, but what was the third thing you said? Trying to herd you knuckleheads around the ship. Pointless errands. I'm not a big fan of this either, but right now we are the best hope this ship's got. So if you could put a lid on the gigantic bitch act for 5 minutes and help us figure out how to solve this, we can... How dare you? I said stow it. 5 minutes, Lieutenant Lord, then once I'm on board I can handle the rest of it myself. Then you can go back to pretending you're the most important crew member. We are the security officer. Why don't we have a security code? I've been rhetorically asking myself that for a while now. Both you and Vanessa snap into silence as the chief's interjection. Before either of you can start up again, she carries on in a commanding tone. Lieutenant Lord, do you know how long the security code is? Brute force, baby. It's 12. 12 digits. Oh, no. Do you know the punishment for addressing a senior officer like that? No, ma'am, I do not. But if it gets Lieutenant Lion Tower on board any sooner, I'll say it's worth it. Do you know how long it is? It's 4 digits. That's not very secure. Thank you. Now, do you have any idea? Of course I don't have any idea. It's Quinn's responsibility to generate and set those kinds of codes. Oh. Quinn generated the codes. She always... You swear if it's 1, 2, 3, 4? No, at the very beginning, she got kicked off of her last ship because she generated the codes in such a retarded manner. And she made a specific point, and it was previous code plus 1 digit, right? So all we need to know is the old one, and we can solve the puzzle. And the only reason we can solve the puzzle is because my stupid bimbo girlfriend is so stupid and a bimbo. But that's good now. Oh, they're just going to show me? They don't want me to remember? Okay. Our anniversary. Hold on. Our anniversary. 1409, right? I think. Because the story takes place in 214,